The religion of ancient Greece, a polytheistic and deeply integrated aspect of daily life centered around a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. Led by Zeus from Mount Olympus, these deities were integral to Greek culture and influenced morality, the arts, and the societal norms through a myriad of myths and stories. Worship varied, of course, from public rituals, including festivals and sacrificial ceremonies at major sanctuaries like Delphi and Olympia, to private offerings at household shrines. These practices also served to unify the diverse city-states of Greece, fostering a shared cultural identity and influencing philosophical thought, which the ancient Greeks are of course famous for. But even as Greek political power waned and Christianity rose, the legacies of these gods and their stories continued to shape Western culture and remain influential in modern literature and art. Now today, we won't be speaking so much about the Pantheon of Greek gods, as that requires a very long video of its own. We'll briefly touch upon it, but we're going to talk more about the general practice of religion in ancient Greece, the festivals, the ceremonies, and how exactly spirituality was weaved into every facet of daily life in those times and in that place. But first, let me welcome you to the channel, as each time I have to do. If it's your first time, I hope you're excited to be here, as I'm excited to welcome you. And if it is not your first time and you are returning, well, I'm equally excited to welcome you back for another exciting video. Raise the roof. Now, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it by enjoying the content. But if you want to go a step further, the like and subscribe button are right there. Certainly helps. Further than that, you may look in the video description. Now with that out of the way, let us get nice and relaxed, and we can travel back to ancient Greece together to learn what was it all about. First, we will begin with a timeline focused on giving an introduction of how Greek religion developed, a brief history before we dive into the practices in general. The religion of ancient Greece, with its complex pantheon and equally interesting mythology, of course evolved over many centuries and drew on diverse sources. It's thought that it likely originated from the Proto-Indo-European beliefs, with additional influences extending back to Neolithic Greece. Neolithic is the Stone Age, by the way. Now, the late Helladic Mycenaean civilization, for instance, venerated Poseidon as a chief deity, emphasizing his role as both a god of the sea and of earthquakes. Now, this is evident from what is known as the Linear B records, a kind of writing that the Mycenaeans had, which also mention other recognizable Olympians, though notable gods like Apollo and Aphrodite are missing from these early inscriptions. During the Greek Dark Ages, there appears to have been a significant reduction in the Mycenaean pantheon, with only about half of its gods continuing into later Greek religious practice. Archaeological evidence suggests the religious continuity was more pronounced in regions such as Cyprus and Crete, rather than on the Greek mainland itself. The influences on Greek religion extended beyond local and ancestral traditions, however. Interaction with neighboring cultures, such as the Minoans, as well as the broader Near Eastern religions, particularly through Cyprus and Phoenicia, also shaped Greek religious beliefs. Well, I'm sure we've all heard of Herodotus, and if you haven't, he was a 5th century BC historian. Well, he attributed many Greek religious customs to Egyptian origins, certainly an old civilization too, with comparisons have also been drawn between Greek and Ugaritic and Canaanite mythologies. Canaanites are roughly around the area of modern-day Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, this area, suggesting shared motives and narratives that might help date seminal Greek epics like the Iliad and the Odyssey. Now, the theory of a prehistoric religion centered around a dominant great goddess, which was later supplanted by male-led Indo-European religious structures, has also been proposed for Greece, as well as for Minoan Crete. However, we must say that this hypothesis has fallen out of favor among specialists of our modern times, primarily due to insufficient evidence. The evidence that we do have is somewhat circumstantial, and piecing together things from those times, just from archaeological findings, I suppose we can say, well, it's a little bit difficult, so we don't want to jump to any conclusions that may seem a little far-fetched. Nevertheless, it must be said that the prominence of goddesses in Minoan art remains a point of interest, as there were a great many of them. If you want to know more about that, please go and watch my video on the Minoan civilization in the Bronze Age playlist. Now, by the era of those famous Homeric epics, that is, the works by Homer, the Iliad and the Odyssey, the pantheon of the 12 Olympians, led by Zeus as the Sky Father, was very much established. These gods displayed characteristics that were typical of Indo-European deities. The integration of Dionysus into this group, evidenced in the later Homeric hymns, marked the culmination of this religious evolution, reflecting a synthesis of ancient traditions and newer cultic practices. During the archaic and classical periods in Greece, religion profoundly influenced civic life, leading to the construction of numerous temples. I'm sure you know all about them, dotted around the ancient landscape of Greece, in ruins now, of course. But they did showcase a uniform architectural style across various city-states. Like we said, that this religion seemed to be a unifying force when they couldn't quite agree on other things. Well, the temples not only served religious functions, but they also became central to the social and political life of the cities. Thus, the Greek religion was deeply intertwined with local governance, with priests typically coming from the elite classes. The development of Greek sculpture was significantly driven by religious themes also, which, while it was pivotal, did not seem to similarly influence Greek painting, which is now, unfortunately, lost to history. Throughout Greece, large-scale sanctuaries gained pan-Hellenic status, attracting visitors from across the Greek world and fostering a sense of Greek national identity. This word pan-Hellenic. Hellenic essentially refers to anything Greek, so the Hellenic people, the Hellenic era, and pan just means many. So pan-Hellenic essentially means many Greek. I suppose we can translate it to that. Well, these sanctuaries played a crucial role of their own in the collective religious and cultural consciousness, a meeting place for all Greeks, whether they be from Sparta, Athens, Corinth. It didn't matter. Everybody came to the temple. However, the traditional religious practices faced scrutiny and criticism from the emerging Greek philosophical traditions, which introduced new ethical concepts that, frankly, conflicted with the existing polytheistic beliefs. Early philosophers like Xenophanes criticized the moral character and anthropomorphic representations of the Olympian gods, and Plato proposed the existence of a single supreme deity, as he called it, the form of the good, representing ultimate perfection in the universe. His student Aristotle, however, rejected the existence of multiple deities due to a lack of empirical evidence. He instead posited a prime mover, a kind of detached creator. Thus, the Hellenistic period saw further evolution in Greek religion, influenced by the expansive conquests of Alexander the Great and the ensuing cultural challenges that came with it. Lavish temple constructions by the Diadochi, that is, Alexander's successors, were common, with rulers often seeking to integrate themselves into religious cults, a practice facilitated in regions like Egypt, where deified monarchs were already customary. This era also witnessed the introduction of foreign deities, such as Isis, Atrahasis, and Cybele into Greek religion, reflecting the period's increasing cultural syncretism, if one could use that word. Philosophical schools like Platonism, Stoicism, and Epicureanism gained prominence, offering spiritual insights that sometimes diverged from traditional religious practices. The creation of Serapis by Ptolemy I exemplifies the political and cultural synthesis of the period. Moreover, new religious and philosophical movements like Orphism and Pythagoreanism began to question traditional practices such as animal sacrifice, advocating for a more humane approach to spirituality. Hellenistic astrology also emerged as a popular practice towards the end of this period, providing another layer to that already rich tapestry of Greek religious life. But despite these transformations, traditional Greek religious festivals, myths, and practices only continued, though their influence was gradually diminished, both by the educated elite and the general populace. When the Roman Republic conquered Greece in 146 BC, it absorbed much of the Greek culture, including its religion, literary styles, and architectural methods. The syncretism between Greek and Roman religion involved equating Greek deities with Roman ones. For example, Zeus with Jupiter, Hera with Juno, Poseidon with Neptune, and, well, any others that followed suit. Deities like Apollo and Bacchus had been incorporated into Roman culture even before this formal equivalence was established. However, unique Roman gods such as Janus and Quirinus remained distinct, without any Greek equivalents. In terms of temple construction in Greece, the Romans focused primarily on building temples for their imperial cult, which was established in every significant city. You couldn't have a city without one, of course. Other contributions to religious architecture during this period were sparse, as Greece already had an abundance of sanctuaries. The most significant Roman contributions to temple architecture outside Italy may be attributed to Emperor Antoninus Pius. It was he who commissioned the construction of the Temple of Bacchus in Baalbek. The temple stands as one of the most impressive relics from that imperial period. Roman rule also saw the frequent removal of famous statues from Greek sanctuaries, which were often replaced with contemporary Roman copies. This practice was exemplified by Verres, the Roman governor of Sicily, who was notable for his depredations and was prosecuted for his actions after his term ended. He was not very popular. Well, as the Roman Empire expanded, it also facilitated the spread of new cults from Egypt and Asia, which found popularity both within Greece and across the wider Western Empire, further diversifying the religious landscape. Now, the initial decline of Greco-Roman polytheism was partly due to its syncretic nature, as it absorbed beliefs and practices from various foreign religions amid the Roman Empire's expansion. This period also saw Greco-Roman philosophical schools incorporating elements from Judaism and early Christianity. Mystery religions like Christianity and Mithraism, which were pretty much the same thing, gained popularity, further diluting traditional polytheistic practices. Now, the shift towards Christianity gained significant momentum under Emperor Constantine I, who converted to Christianity and enacted the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, granting official tolerance to Christianity within the empire. Despite this official sanction, pagan and Christian communities in Greece and elsewhere generally remained segregated, each maintaining distant cultural practices and places of worship. Julian, a nephew of Constantine and later known as the Apostate, attempted to reverse the Christianization of the empire. You see, Julian, he was raised a Christian, but Christianity was new and, well, teenagers rebelling against their parents. He decided to revert to paganism and sought to revive a unified version of the Greco-Roman polytheism based on Neoplatonism. He organized a centralized priesthood and established a coherent body of doctrine, rituals, and liturgy. Julian also marginalized Christianity by excluding Christian educators from using classical Greco-Roman texts, aiming to weaken Christianity's intellectual foundations. But despite Julian's efforts, subsequent emperors such as Jovian, Valentinian I, and Valens continued policies of religious tolerance. However, official persecution of paganism in the Eastern Empire began in earnest under Emperor Theodosius I in 381 CE, pulling that reverse card on them, it seems. While Theodosius enforced strict anti-pagan laws, leading to the disbanding of priesthoods, destruction of temples, and active participation in Christian campaigns against pagan sites. He even extended prohibitions of pagan worship to private homes. That's right. You weren't even allowed to do it in your own bedroom. Well, maybe they wouldn't see you anyway if you just closed the shutters. But this likely played a role in ending the Olympic Games in 393, which were kind of seen as a big old pagan party. Well, in the Western Roman Empire, Emperor Gratian, influenced by his advisor Ambrose, ended the unofficial tolerance of paganism that had persisted since Julian's reign. Gratian confiscated the incomes and properties of pagan priests, disbanded religious orders like the Vestal Virgins, and seized the properties of temples. Despite these suppressive measures, worship of Greco-Roman deities continued in some rural and remote areas well into the Middle Ages. Notably, a temple to Apollo at Monte Cassino persisted until 529 AD, when St. Benedict of Nursia converted it into a Christian chapel, destroyed the pagan altar, and even cut down the sacred grove. Similarly, pagan communities like the Maniots in Greece's Mani Peninsula continued their traditional practices until at least the 9th century. Well, we've talked a bit about the history, the start and the finish, but there's all those little details in between. What did an actual practitioner of Greek religion do? Practitioner rather. Zeus will smite me for that one, I'm sure. Well, let's get into the specifics, all the juicy little details then, shall we? Well, the religious landscape of ancient Greece in general was marked by a notable lack of centralized authority over religious practices and beliefs, which were regulated predominantly at the local or civic level rather than through any unified ecclesiastical system. So it wasn't like when Catholicism came in and you had the Pope dictating what everybody could do and there was a right way to be a Catholic. Well, in ancient Greece there wasn't really a right or wrong way to be a pagan, or whatever they were going to call you, a worshipper of Zeus, or whatever else it was. You just sort of had to put in a bit of effort. Just show up, and then they'll work out the rest later. It was about the big picture for them, not the little details. And this decentralized nature meant that this term, religion, might not wholly capture the essence of the spiritual and ceremonial practices of the Greeks. Instead, these practices could be more accurately described as a collection of, well, we could say, religious dialects. Kind of the same, but a little different from place to place. Each city-state or polis, that was city or town, had its own version of these dialects, developing and maintaining its own rituals, deities, and temples, which were deeply integrated into the social and political fabric of the community. These local religious practices and beliefs were closely aligned with each other across different regions of Greece, showcasing a kind of homogeneity that was distinctly Greek and highly differentiated from those of non-Greek cultures. This framework of understanding allows for a more nuanced appreciation of the ancient Greek religious experience as a complex and interconnected web of localized spiritual traditions, rather than a single organized religion. There wasn't really a top-down structure. Well, it was inherently polytheistic, though. That was what they all had in common, and incorporated a rich tapestry of gods and goddesses and other supernatural beings, each with specific domains and attributes. That's right, there wasn't just one. Of course, there were always hierarchies, depending on who you asked, but you got all sorts of characters, and I think it's pretty fun that way. Well, at the pinnacle of this divine hierarchy, of course, sat the king of the gods, Zeus, who, while influential, was not omnipotent or omniscient. And below him were deities like Poseidon, who ruled the seas and earthquakes, which is of course pretty important when you're living around the Greek islands. And then you had Hades, who governed the underworld, and Helios, who commanded the sun. These gods were imagined in human form, but possessed the ability to transform into animals or even natural phenomena. Their immortality, however, did not exempt them from their fates, known as the myriad, whose decrees could limit the gods' actions. For example, despite the gods' interventions, it was fated for Odysseus to return to Ithaca after the Trojan War, and no divine power could prevent it. The gods in Greek mythology exhibited human-like behaviors and emotions, often interacting with humans and sometimes even fathering children with them, and they were known as demigods. Think of Hercules. You remember the show with Kevin Sorbo? Ah, that was great growing up with that one. Xena, too. Moving on. You must like the video if you watched Hercules. Well, these divine beings, these demigods, were not only involved in the affairs of mortals, but also had their own conflicts and rivalries, just like all of the main gods, as depicted in epic narratives like the Iliad, where even the gods argued amongst each other and took sides in the Trojan War. Each major god was associated with specific geographical locations. Athena with Athens, hence the name, Apollo with Delphi and Delos, Zeus with Olympia, and Aphrodite with Corinth. However, their worship was not confined to these cities alone, as each city had temples dedicated to various gods. Moreover, some deities had connections with regions beyond Greece, like Poseidon with Ethiopia, and Troy with Ares and Thrace. The cult of these gods varied significantly from one location to another, reflecting local traditions and interpretations. For instance, the Artemis worshipped in Sparta was a virgin huntress, differed markedly from the fertility goddess Artemis of Ephesus, characterized by her many breasts. This diversity highlights the localized nature of Greek religion, where the identity of a deity was closely tied to specific cultural contexts. Now, Greek religious practice focused more on the correct performance of rituals rather than the adherence to a formal creed. What mattered most, the most important thing, was participation. You had to show up in the communal practices that honored the gods, and this was a lot more important than any personal belief. There wasn't any real 10 Commandments. None of that to be seen. It was more of a community thing. Now, the ancient Greeks held complex beliefs about the afterlife. That was a big deal, centered around the underworld that was known as Hades, named after its ruler, the god Hades, who was actually Zeus's brother. Plot twists already, I know. This realm was not merely a single monolithic place, but was differentiated into several areas, reflecting the variety of fates that could befall the souls of the dead. And I know you all want to hear about the Greek hell, so we'll just talk about it briefly. Well, Hades, traditionally, all souls ventured here after death. All of them. Good guys, bad guys, everyone. You just had to go there. And it was a gloomy and shadowy place where all the spirits resided. Next was Tartarus. This was the deepest and darkest pit beneath the earth. Pretty scary, where the Titans were imprisoned and eternal punishments were meted out upon the wicked, and it symbolized extreme torment and suffering. You did not want to end up here in Tartarus. And then, of course, there was Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, which was the complete opposite of Tartarus, and was the place that you wanted to go. It was a place of paradise, reserved for heroes and those who lived a righteous life. It was a land of eternal happiness and contentment. Sounds pretty good. Well, in the mythological stories, certain heroes and noble figures were believed to have been granted physical immortality and lived forever in blissful places like Elysium or the islands of the blessed. This group included famed personalities such as Achilles and Menelaus. Such tales permeate the oldest strata of Greek mythology, found in the epics of Homer and the works of Hesiod, and these beliefs persisted robustly even into the era of early Christianity. For most ordinary Greeks, however, the prospect of death was typically to continue existing as a disembodied soul. The existence was not marked by physical pleasures or pains of earthly life, but was just a shadowy form of half-life in the underworld. Of course, this, well, it varied from region to region, but the general idea was as I've just said. Additionally, the concept of reincarnation found its way into Greek thought through the teachings of philosophers like Pythagoras and Plato. This notion suggested that the soul could be reborn into new bodies across different lifetimes, a belief that was not universally accepted, influenced various philosophical and religious schools in Greece. On the other end of the spectrum, the philosopher Epicurus introduced a materialistic view, teaching that the soul was composed of tiny little atoms that disbanded after death, thereby extinguishing consciousness and existence. The view underscored the finality of death, with no continuation of the self in any form, which was a stark departure from the traditional views on the afterlife. It reminds me somewhat of how Alan Watts had explained it in his old lectures, and I am sorry to go off topic, but effectively what Alan Watts, that philosopher, had said, in a paraphrased version of course, is if you want to know the experience of being dead, well, you must think of going to sleep and then never waking up. And then when you want to think about that, you may also want to think about waking up without having gone to sleep. And you've all done that. That was when you were born. And what did it feel like to wake up after having never gone to sleep? Well, maybe death is just like that. This zero consciousness state. Anyway, maybe a video on Alan Watts in the future. It's somewhat related to our topic, maybe. I'm getting off topic now. Very unprofessional of me. Well, of course, we have to go back to Greek mythology, which when we use the term mythology, I suppose we should be a little bit careful about it. Because it's only mythology when it's the old religion. Perhaps in 1,000 years' time, we will be talking about Buddhist mythology, Christian mythology, Jewish mythology, Muslim mythology. Perhaps they will not be scriptures anymore, but simply old stories that just sit on the shelf right next to the Greek myths. Maybe so. We'll have to check back in 1,000 years. But either way, Greek mythology was a cornerstone of ancient Greek religion, and it's a rich tapestry, I'm sure you know. Gods, heroes, and extraordinary creatures. Well, let's start with some of those gods and heroes. Of course, at the head of the myths were all the main characters from Olympus. Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and Athena, and many more, who interacted with humans and frequently intervened and meddled in their affairs, sometimes simply for their own entertainment, but often driven by their own divine whims and familial disputes. Heroes, both mortal and demigods, such as Heracles with his 12 labors, Odysseus with his ingenious return from Troy, and Theseus who defeated the Minotaur, or Minotaur, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Well, they all played pivotal roles. These stories often explored themes of bravery, morality, and simply the human condition, serving both as entertainment and moral lessons. The mythology was also included an array of fantastical creatures. Titans like Cronus and Oceanus were part of an older generation of gods who preceded even the Olympians. Mythical beings like the centaurs, the nymphs, the satyrs, along with terrifying monsters such as the Cyclops, Scylla, and the Gorgons, and don't forget the Minotaur, added layers of drama and danger to the myths, embodying the Greeks' explanations of the natural world and its phenomena. Now, regarding the origins of the world and the gods, Greek cosmogony varied widely, with no uniform version. Now, Hesiod's theogony offered one of the most detailed accounts, beginning with chaos and followed by the emergence of primordial deities like Gaia, Earth, Tartarus, the Abyss, and Eros, Love, who then produced the Titans. This older generation of gods eventually gave way to the Olympians, leading to a divine succession myth that underscored the Greeks' understanding of a universe ruled by order and chaos. These myths were initially transmitted orally, and later they were immortalized in written form through epic poems like Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, and Hesiod's works. They also found expression in classical Greek drama, with playwrights like Euripides and Aristophanes weaving these stories into their plays. Thus, Greek mythology not only entertained, but it offered explanations for the mysteries of life and the universe, questions that people didn't know how to answer, so they just came up with something interesting. Well, at least it provided the ancient Greeks with a framework for understanding the human experience. Well, as Greek culture was assimilated into the Roman Empire later on, Greek gods and myths were adapted into the Roman context, with many being equated as Roman deities. This syncretism extended the life of Greek myths and ensured their survival into the Roman period and beyond. In fact, during the Renaissance, many years later, a renewed interest in classical learning saw Greek mythology re-emerge as a significant source of inspiration for art, literature, philosophy, influencing generations of European artists and thinkers. In fact, I am going to say that it is my personal opinion, and I believe it is the correct one, that Renaissance art was the best and is the best. I won't look at anything past the First World War. I just don't like it. Anyway, the concept of hubris was integral to ancient Greek moral philosophy, representing the dangerous extremes of pride and arrogance. It was particularly frowned upon because it often involved acts that could harm others or offend the gods. Stupid bravery is different from noble bravery. We're talking inappropriate displays of pride, acts of violence, and disrespect for the natural order, throwing your weight around. Nobody likes that. Hubris actually was legally punishable in cities like Athens, where it was defined broadly to include acts ranging from violence to the improper treatment of corpses. Well, the Greeks highly valued moderation. Most of them, some of them more than others, of course, embodying the ideal in the famous maxim, nothing in excess. This principle was applied across various aspects of Greek life, from eating and drinking to the exercise of power and display of one's abilities. Activities like athletics and intellectual pursuits were of course encouraged rather, excuse me. But of course they were always only encouraged within the bounds of moderation, emphasizing a balanced lifestyle that prevented any single aspect from becoming all-consuming. Well, unlike many other ancient cultures, the Greeks did not rely on a centralized, revealed scripture, but instead looked to a broad corpus of literature for moral and spiritual guidance. Works by Homer, such as the Iliad and Odyssey, and Hesiod's Theogony and works were considered authoritative, though not necessarily sacred. These texts, along with the lyrical poems of Pindar and others, often began with invocations to the Muses, reflecting a belief in divine inspiration, albeit not in the form of direct revelation. Plato's ambivalence towards traditional mythologies, as expressed in his Republic, shows once again the tension between the revered place these classical texts in Greek culture and their perceived moral deficiencies. He argued for the exclusion of such myths from his ideal state, due to their potential to mislead rather than properly guide moral behavior. While most Greek religious texts were not canonical in the sense understood in other religious traditions, certain texts within the mystery cults were held as canonical. These texts, used in specific rituals, are exceptions to the general Greek practice of not regarding any text as strictly sacred. The Orphic texts, for instance, offer a glimpse into these more structured religious beliefs and practices that stood somewhat apart from mainstream Greek religious and philosophical life. In ancient Greece, the absence of a centralized religious authority, or a unified priestly class even, led to a diverse and localized religious expression. Decentralization meant that the religious texts and rituals varied significantly from one city-state to another, and even from one village to another, influenced largely by the local traditions and customs rather than any theological and rigid doctrine. Priests in Greece often served concurrently as city magistrates, and their religious authority was typically derived from local sanctuaries rather than a centralized church or temple. Notably, Pausanias mentions that at Tegea, the priesthood of Athena Allia was traditionally held by a boy until he reached puberty, highlighting the local and often temporary nature of priestly roles. Well, at least it's an early retirement, one could say. Well, in many cases, priestly responsibilities, especially those related to specific festivals or rituals, were passed down through families, once more emphasizing the local and familial nature of Greek religious practice. And Greek religious rites were predominantly conducted at altars located outside the temples or in open spaces within the community. These altars, dedicated to specific deities, were central to public and private worship. Common offerings included votive deposits such as food, drinks, and valuable items, reflecting the reciprocal nature of worship where goods were exchanged for divine favor. A sacrifice. You know what it's like. But of course, some sacrifices were bigger than others. You know what I'm talking about. Animal sacrifices. A key aspect, but perhaps a rather unfortunate one of Greek ritual practice, were also performed at these altars. Now, typically the meat from the sacrificed animals was consumed by the community. They didn't just leave it there for the gods to take and expect it to float away into the air. Perhaps they tried this, but it didn't seem to happen. Well, of course, as I said, the meat was consumed by the community after, but the offal and all of the other unpleasant bits were burned as offerings to the gods. Libations, usually of wine, were another common practice, integral not only to formal ceremonies at shrines, but also to daily activities such as meals and symposiums, where they functioned as both religious and social acts. There were also special rites of passage. The Amphidromia, for example, was celebrated on the 5th or 7th day of a child's birth, particularly significant in Athens for male children, emphasizing the importance of lineage and citizenship. Another ritual, the Pharmakos, involved expelling a human or animal scapegoat from the community during times of distress or hardship. This ritual expulsion was intended to protect the community by removing evil or pollution along with the scapegoat, a practice that underscores the ancient Greeks' concerns with purity and disaster aversion. The act of worship was a communal and ceremonious event centered around animal sacrifices conducted at the outdoor altars, which could be independent of or associated with a temple. The ritual began with a procession, led by a girl carrying a basket with the hidden sacrificial knife, followed by the animal, adorned with garlands. The chosen animal, which needed to be without blemish, showed the community's dedication to the gods. A gift just for them. Well, during the ceremony, the animal was slaughtered directly over the altar, its blood collected and poured out as an offering. The slaughter was accompanied by the high-pitched cries of the women, an expression of the emotional intensity of the moment, and perhaps as well so the gods could hear them. The carcass was then butchered right there on the spot. The inedible parts, like bones and organs, were thrown on the fire as the gods' share, while the meat was cooked and shared among the participants. A communal feast that followed was always part of the sacrificial act, and the temple typically claimed the animal's skin as a valuable byproduct. Gotta make a little bit of money, don't we? The choice of animals for sacrifices varied too. Sheep were the most common, and they were the easiest to find, followed by goats, pigs, and cattle, while horses and donkeys were rare and featured mostly in early Greek art rather than literature. The gods often anthropomorphized the sacrificed animals as willing participants in the ritual, a notion that showed the supposed mutual benefit and consent to the divine order. Simpler offerings might include throwing a grain of incense into a sacred fire, especially in more personal or less grandiose settings. Farmers often offered their first fruits of the harvest as a token of thanks to the gods. Everyday activities like drinking wine could also be ritualized through libations, where a small portion of the wine was poured out before drinking as an offering to the deities. One for them, one for me. Formal libations could involve other substances like olive oil or honey, and were part of larger religious ceremonies conducted at the temples. On grand occasions, such as major festivals, the scale of sacrifice could be vast, with the term hecatomb indicating a large number of bulls being offered, though in practice this might only mean a dozen or so. Now, back to ancient Greek literature for a moment, with things like Homer's epic poems, Iliad and the Odyssey, providing substantive evidence of ritualistic sacrificial practices embedded within the fabric of Greek society. These epics detail occasions where sacrifices were made to gain favor to the gods, celebrate successes in war, or even seek divine guidance before major endeavors, such as the Greeks' expedition to Troy. For instance, in the Odyssey, the character Eumaeus offers a pig in sacrifice, praying for the safe return of his master Odysseus. The Iliad depicts banquets that do not always begin with a sacrifice, suggesting variability in ritual practice across different contexts and periods. This variance in ritual practice shows the adaptive and localized nature of Greek religious observance once again, tailoring it to the specific circumstances and indications of divine presence. Thus, the distinctions between Olympic and chthonic deities in Greek religion is reflected in their modes of worship. Chthonic deities associated with the earth and the underworld often received holocaust sacrifices, where the entire offering was consumed by fire. This practice is thought to be a remnant of pre-Hellenic religious traditions. In contrast, the more familiar Olympian gods worshipped by the Proto-Greeks, but typically rather received offerings that were partly consumed by fire and partly by the community. But what about the festivals? They loved a good party, didn't they? Well, they also varied significantly. and they were often dedicated to specific deities or city-states. The Lacaia in Arcadia honored Pan, for example, the pastoral god, while the Olympic Games in Olympia were a major celebration dedicated to Zeus. The Dionysia in Athens, a festival centered around Greek theater, represents another significant cultural and religious celebration. Common elements of these festivals included processions, sacrificial feasts, and communal meals, alongside entertainment and social customs such as wearing costumes and engaging in public revelry. In layman's terms, everybody got really drunk and had a good time. These festivals not only served as religious purposes, but also reinforced the social bonds and community identities. In fact, some cities, like Athens for example, dedicated up to 140 days per year to various religious observances, which certainly seems like something Athens would do. I don't think the Spartans were doing that much. Now, ancient Greek sanctuaries, encompassing more than just the main temple structures, were typically situated within a larger sacred area. This was known as a temenos, which was often enclosed by a peribolos wall or fence. This entire area, dedicated to a deity, included not only the temple itself, but often a variety of subsidiary structures and natural features, such as sacred groves, springs, and sometimes even caves or unique rocks known as beetils. The Acropolis of Athens is one of the most renowned examples of such a sanctuary, though its initial fortifications were intended more for protection rather than religious purposes. Over time, as the significance of these sites grew, they evolved from simple open-air altars located in natural surroundings into more complex establishments, featuring built temples housing cult images of the gods. The primary function of the temple buildings themselves was to house these sacred images rather than to serve as gathering places for worshippers. The actual religious activities, including sacrifices and rituals, were conducted outdoors at designated altars within the sanctuary's precincts, especially the animal sacrifice ones. You can be as pious as you want, but no one wants to clean up that mess. Well, this setup allowed the temple interiors to remain relatively clear, turning them into revered spaces that accumulated votive offerings, statues, and even treasures, reflecting the wealth and devotion of their patrons. Essentially, they were kind of like early museums. You can only imagine. Furthermore, some sanctuaries were renowned for their oracular services, offering divine guidance through human intermediaries believed to be inspired by the gods. The most famous of these were the Pythia, a priestess at the temple of Apollo in Delphi, and the oracles at the sanctuary of Zeus in Dodona. These oracles played significant roles in public and private life across the ancient Greek world, providing counsel on everything from political affairs to personal and agricultural issues. Less famous oracles, such as that of the hero of Trophonius at Livadeia, specialized in more specific domains like medicine or agriculture. Greek temples were constructed as the divine residences of the gods, each housing a cult image within the inner chamber, or the cella as it was called, which often depicted the deity of the temple. These images varied greatly in form and material, ranging from wooden figures to elaborate statues adorned with ivory and gold, such as the renowned statue of Zeus at Olympia, or Phidias's Athena Parthenos in the Parthenon. Over time, materials such as marble, terracotta, and bronze became more popular, especially in the later Hellenistic period. The cella, inner chamber, remember, also contained simpler symbolic representations, like the zoanon, a primitive wooden image, and the beitil, sacred stones believed to possess divine powers. These simpler forms were sometimes ancient and revered for their antiquity, and when newer, more elaborate statues served as the main cult image. These older symbols, such as the Trojan Palladium, a zoanon that was believed to protect Troy, were valued for their historical and religious significance. The accessibility of these sacred images varied significantly across the different locales and periods. While earlier beliefs restricted access to the cella primarily to priests, later practices became a lot more inclusive, although often regulated by local customs or the perceived desires of the deities. Restrictions could be based on factors such as gender, ethnicity, or even dietary choices. Those who put pineapple on their pizza were strictly forbidden. I'm just joking. While some temples only accessible on specific days or to certain classes of people. So you had to be there at the right time, I suppose. Visitors, including common people and slaves, generally expected to gain entry into the temple's inner sanctum to pray or make offerings directly before the cult image. In some instances, touching the statue was part of the devotional practice, as noted by Cicero, who observed a bronze statue of Heracles worn down by the touches of worshippers. In ancient Greece, the public roles available to women were predominantly religious ones, serving as priestesses or attendants within various cults and temples. These roles provided women with notable social recognition and certain privileges not typically afforded to other women of the time. Priestesses, often selected from local elite families, could serve in various capacities, from sacred women to lesser attendants. Women serving as priestesses were required to be healthy and of sound mind, reflecting the belief that those serving the gods should mirror the quality of their offerings. This position, while restricted in terms of eligibility, granted women a higher legal status as well, both during their service and posthumously, often with the honor of a public burial. While it is debated whether service was gender-specific to certain deities, generally both male and female deities could be served by either priests or priestesses. However, the roles could be gendered in specific rituals and practices. For example, the Pythia, or female oracle of Apollo at Delphi, was a priestess but was overseen by male priests. Similarly, the festival of Dionysus involved both genders, with special roles designated for female priestesses, known as the Gerei, or the Venerable Ones. But certain festivals in ancient Greece were for women only, often linked to agricultural fertility and the traditional roles that women played within society. These included the Thesmophoria, the Plerosia, Calamia, Adonia, and Scyra, Well, the Thesmophoria, for example, was one of the most significant, dedicated to Demeter and her daughter Persephone, goddess of agriculture and fertility. The festival not only reinforced the agricultural identity and duties of women, but also integrated those celebrations into the fabric of city-state religious practices. These women-only festivals were crucial in providing a religious identity and purpose for women in society, where many aspects of public life were dominated by men. Temples and shrines specific to these festivals, such as the Thesmophorion in Athens, were central venues where women could engage in rituals and worship. The mystery religions, however, offered a more intimate and personal approach to spirituality compared to the more public and civic-oriented practices of traditional religion. These cults, for example, required initiation, providing a secretive and often profound spiritual experience that promised deeper insights into the divine and the cosmos. Initiates of mystery religions could experience profound personal transformations and mystical awakenings that were not typically accessible in the public cults of the gods. Unlike the more fragmented and localized traditional practices, mystery religions often offered a more systematic and cohesive set of beliefs and teachings. They frequently provided detailed beliefs about the afterlife, offering assurances of salvation or an improved fate beyond death, which appealed to many who found the traditional Greek views on the afterlife as, well, frankly a little lackluster. Although initiation was personal and secretive, once you were in, you participated in common rituals that fostered a sense of belonging and spiritual community as a sort. The bonds formed within these cults were strong, with fellow initiates often forming close-knit communities of believers who supported one another, not just in their spiritual journeys, but in practical ways too. Now, the four major mystery cults were as following. The first was the Eleusinian Mysteries, which was based in Eleusis. These were perhaps the most famous of the Greek mystery cults, centered around the worship of Demeter and Persephone. Initiates were promised rewards in the afterlife, and were privy to the dramatic reenactments of the myths of Persephone's descent and return from the underworld. The next was the mysteries of Dionysus. These rites were more ecstatic and unrestrained, often involving symbolic death and rebirth rituals, wine-fueled ecstasy, and the breaking of social norms. While Dionysus himself was a god of life, death, and rebirth, embodying the intoxicating power of nature and wine. Next was the Samothracian Mysteries, and admittedly less is known about these rites, but they were thought to offer protection at sea, and possibly initiation into a complex set of deities and symbolic stories centered on themes of protection and salvation. The last one is Mithraism. This cult, originating in the East, became extremely popular among Roman soldiers, and was later practiced widely across the Roman Republic and Empire, focusing on the god Mithras, and featuring rituals associated with fellowship, the cosmos, and a hierarchical structure of initiation levels.
Mesopotamia, located between the Tigris and Euphrates River, in what is now modern-day Iraq, a home to a rich tapestry of cultures. No doubt you've heard of the Sumerians, Akkadians, Babylonians, and the Assyrians. and of course, the home to a fascinating pantheon of deities. Now, in this episode, we are going to have a look into the 10 principal deities, spending a good amount of time, probably 4 to 5 minutes on each one, just to briefly explain their roles, attributes, and significance within Mesopotamian mythology and daily life. Of course, due to time constraints, we're not going to be going through every detail and eccentricity. This is more to just give you a bit of an introduction on who the deities are within the Pantheon. So, with that in mind, as usual, we're going to start with our stretches. You would like to put your right hand out, put it onto the mouse, and click twice on the like and subscribe button, and our pre-video exercise is complete. Very good. Now, with all of the begging out of the way, let's begin. And what a better place to begin than our first god, or deity rather, Anu, also known as An, as being the sky god, the supreme deity. And of course, we start at the very pinnacle of the Mesopotamian pantheon with Anu. Of course, Anu was the god of the sky, so the name itself means heaven in Sumerian. Not the kind of heaven that you're thinking of in a Judeo-Christian sense. Heaven more just like the sky above us, the realm of the gods. Kind of like how the Chinese describe it. And so, considering this, he was the supreme deity, the father of all gods, but also all spirits and all demons. That's right, we got plenty of them too. So, of course, Anu was in charge of this vast expanse of the sky, the celestial vault covering the earth. He embodied the infinite and was often associated with the overarching authority that governs both the divine and mortal realms. And as the father of the gods, he was responsible for the divine laws and decrees that maintain the cosmic order. Now we have to mention that while Anu was not frequently the central figure in myths, his authority was still unquestioned. He was the ultimate source of kingship and divine legitimacy. Mesopotamian kings often claimed to be chosen by Anu himself, or to have received their right to rule directly from him. Of course, this is the old traditions of the divine right of kings. How could you refuse it when the gods themselves have chosen them? Now, in terms of Anu's primary place of worship, there was the ancient city of Uruk, which I'm sure you've heard of if you've studied a little bit into Mesopotamia, as the oldest and arguably the most significant urban center in Mesopotamia, depending on which archaeological record you're going to judge it upon. But regardless, still quite formidable. Now, the Anu ziggurat and the White Temple atop it were dedicated to him. Ziggurats, by the way, were these huge terraced structures serving as temples believed to bridge the gap between the heavens and the earth. Think of them somewhat like a pyramid, but in a more terraced formation. Somewhat more reminiscent of what we see in South America, but still quite different. You'll certainly see from some of the visual mediums in this video what a ziggurat looks like. Fortunately, we still have a few of them left for now. Now, in Mesopotamian cosmology, Anu was part of a divine triad, along with Enlil and Enki. Now, this triad represented three things: the heavens, the atmosphere, and the earth/water, respectively. And together, these three controlled the universe. And one of the most notable myths involving Anu is the Epic of Gilgamesh. I'm sure you've heard of that one. We've fortunately got it in a pretty good surviving state up until now. And in this, Anu appears in response to the citizens of Uruk's pleas regarding Gilgamesh's somewhat tyrannical behavior. And so, Anu commands the creation of Enkidu to be kind of a counterbalance to Gilgamesh. Now, once again, this shows this role in the cosmic order, maintaining this balance and justice. And so Anu is featured in myths concerning the distribution of the Meh, divine decrees or powers that govern the aspects of civilization and nature, and his decisions in these matters show once again his position as the ultimate authority. Now, as far as his symbolism and legacy, well, he's often symbolized by the horned cap. And you might have seen this in lots of Mesopotamian artworks as a symbol of this divinity. It was a headdress representing his supreme status among the gods, a crown fit for a king, if we put it that way. Now, despite his somewhat distant presence in myths, his influence permeated Mesopotamian religion. Everywhere leads back to Anu. His role as the progenitor of gods and dispenser of divine authority makes him a central figure in this understanding of the old mythology. And so with that, we arrive to our second deity of the Mesopotamian Pantheon, Enlil. That is the god of the wind, the air, and the storms. So, next we turn to him, one of the most powerful and equally complex deities in the Mesopotamian tradition. He played this pivotal role in the myths and religious practices of the Sumerians and Akkadians mainly. Of course, the Akkadians were having their namesake, the great Sargon of Akkad, one of our, well, traditionally believed to be the first conqueror. But that's a video for another time. Now, of course, the actual name itself, Enlil, is generally translated as Lord of Wind or Lord of Air, and he was seen as this force that separates heaven and earth, a necessary act that allowed for the creation of the world, at least the world as us mere mortals exist upon it. Of course, Enlil was associated with the breath of life and considered essential for existence, often regarded as the executive authority among the gods and holding the tablets of destiny, which gave him control over the fates of gods and humans alike. Of course, this makes him a deity of immense power, but also immense responsibility, just as Spider-Man's dad would say. Now, his principal cult center was not that of Uruk like Anu's. Remember that every city in Mesopotamia had its own patron deity, and for Enlil, his city was Nippur, which was considered the religious heart of Sumer, despite not being a political capital. Now, the Ekur temple, meaning mountain house, was dedicated to him especially, and was one of the most revered sanctuaries. In terms of his actual worship, well, that of course involved elaborate rituals and festivals, and the more, the better. Of course, within your city, you want to make the god feel welcome. Now, as a god who could bring both prosperity and also destruction, he was revered and appeased, but also a little bit of fear. Now, farmers in particular sought his favor for beneficial winds and rains that would ensure good harvests, while also praying for protection against destructive storms. Of course, we find Enlil prominently in several Mesopotamian myths. The first one, bearing his name, Enlil and Ninlil. This myth explains the origins of the other deities and emphasizes themes of love and duty and the cycles of life and death. Enlil's relationship with the goddess Ninlil leads to the birth of the moon god Nana, or Sin. We'll get to her later. We'll get to him later, excuse me. And other deities associated with the underworld. Now we also have the flood myth, also known as the Epic of Atrahasis or the Deluge myth. And of course the flood narrative within the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Enlil becomes frustrated with humanity's noise and decides to send a flood to wipe them out. And I quite enjoy this myth, because many a time when I'm recording these audios and I need to keep as quiet as possible, I too wish for a flood to wipe out the noise of my neighbors. Barking dogs, birds, everything. We do our best under the circumstances. But I digress back to the topic. So within these myths, these flood myths, it portrays him as a deity capable of severe judgment. However, Enki, or A, intervenes by warning a mortal, ensuring the survival of life and humanity can live another day. Now, also there is this control over destiny, and we mentioned those tablets of destiny. And with them, Enlil had this divine power to decree fates. Of course, it makes him this figure in determining the outcomes of both mortal and divine affairs. Now, what about the symbolism around Enlil? Well, he was often represented by a horned crown too, kind of like Anu, but perhaps not as grand. But he was sometimes associated with a staff or scepter, which also signified his authority. Now, there is a bit of numerology as well involved in a lot of the old Mesopotamian myths, and the number 50 was sacred to him, representing perfection and totality in the Mesopotamian numerical system. Now, of course, the legacy of him is evident in the way that later cultures adopted and adapted his attributes. His character embodies this unpredictable and awe-inspiring nature of the gods, reflecting the Mesopotamians' respect and fear of the natural phenomena. So, we're building up a little bit of knowledge here. We got the first two, Anu and Enlil. Of course, we've already mentioned the name Enki, and that is our next deity. He's also known to the Akkadians as A, that is spelled E-A. Now, Enki is one of the most enduring and benevolent gods in the Pantheon, associated with water, wisdom, magic, and creation. So, his actual name translates to Lord of the Earth, but he was primarily the god of the fresh water abyss, which was called the Abzu, or Absu, depending on the translation. Now, this subterranean reservoir was believed to be the source of all fresh water, which is of course essential for life in Mesopotamia's arid environment. So you can see how this is a pretty important deity to have around, and certainly one that you wouldn't want to annoy. Now, he was also revered for his wisdom, intelligence, and creative prowess. You see, Enki was a patron of crafts, arts, and technology, and he was often credited with teaching humans various skills and crafts necessary for civilization. Think about farming technologies, how to make pottery, all that sort of thing. Well, when the young kids would ask Mum and Dad, where did we learn how to do all this? Well, they would say, you better thank Enki for the knowledge. Now, Enki's main cult center was the ancient city of Eridu, and this was considered by the Sumerians to be the first city created and the birthplace of civilization. Now, that is not to say that the Assyrians, Akkadians, Babylonians all thought the same. Of course, they had their own stories about where civilization started, as does everybody. Now, of course, within Eridu, we have the Abzu temple, which was dedicated to him, symbolizing his connection to the Abzu and his role as a life-giving force. Worshippers sought Enki's guidance and blessings for knowledge, craftsmanship, and protection against the chaos. And of course, what's a temple without a good team of priests and scholars? And there were plenty of them there, particularly revering him, given his association with wisdom and magic. Now, what about the mythology? Well, Enki appears in numerous myths of his own, which show his ingenuity and compassion. Of course, we have the Atrahasis epic, the Flood Deluge, where he plays his role in that too. You see, in this he decides to destroy humanity due to how noisy and disruptive they were. Remember how we said about Enki as well, who is sympathetic to humans, who warns Atrahasis, who, by the way, is also known as Utnapishtim in the Epic of Gilgamesh, and he tells him to build a boat to save himself, his family, and representatives of all living creatures. Sounds a little familiar, doesn't it? Well, the next one is the myth of Enki and Ninhursag. And this tale involves Enki's interactions with the goddess Ninhursag and subsequent creation of plants and healing deities. The next one is the myth of Inanna and Enki. Now, in this narrative, Inanna visits Enki and cleverly acquires the Me. Now, remember, we mentioned that before. This is the divine decrees that encompass all aspects of civilization. We're talking law, art, culture, all the good stuff. Now, Enki's initial willingness and subsequent regret highlight the dynamics between the gods and the spread of civilization. And of course, there is this prevailing theme within the Mesopotamian myths that the gods have this human narrative to them. They express emotion just as you would expect a human to do so, sometimes even more chaotically. Of course, it certainly takes a very bad mood to flood the entire earth. But hey, that's just what happens. Now, Enki, speaking of water, is often depicted with streams of it flowing over his shoulders, and this symbolizes the rivers. One on either side, you have the Tigris and the Euphrates, of course the vital lifelines of Mesopotamia and the traditional border zones of the region. But he also has fish frequently appearing in his iconography. He's sometimes shown holding a goatfish. This is a creature that combines the aspect of land and sea animals, symbolizing his dominion over both realms. Of course, his legacy, in terms of his myth and worship, lies in his representation of wisdom and kindness. He embodies the idea that knowledge and creativity are actually divine gifts, and they should be used for the betterment of humanity.
Alright, now let's get into the next one. We have, of course, Inanna. Don't get it confused with Nana, because that's different. Now, Inanna is the goddess of love, war, and fertility, and she's also known as Ishtar in Akkadian. She's one of the most prominent and multifaceted deities in Mesopotamian tradition. We're talking love, beauty, desire, sex, fertility, war, justice, political power. She really has her hand in everything. So, her character is rich with these contradictions and dualities, chopping and changing depending on feelings and whims. She's both the goddess of love and sexuality, promoting procreation and passion, but also the goddess of war and conflict, aggression and strategic power, giving life and taking it away. She was often associated too with the planet Venus, known for its visibility as both the morning and evening star, symbolizing a connection to both the beginning and end. Now, Uruk and Zabalam were her primary cult centers. The Eanna temple complex in Uruk was also dedicated to her and was a significant religious and economic hub of the time. Her worship was elaborate and involved various rituals and included music, dance, and possibly even sacred prostitution, although the exact nature and existence of this practice are debated among scholars. Festivals in her honor celebrated themes of fertility, love, and victory. Of course, we find Inanna in plenty of myths, most notably Inanna's descent to the underworld, as probably the most famous myth of hers. It tells her journey to the realm of her sister, Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. Now in this myth, seeking to extend her power, Inanna descends down into the depths, but is stripped of her possessions and killed. Well, her absence brings fertility to a halt on earth. No Inanna, no children. Well, eventually things get so terrible that she is allowed to return, and they revive her. But there's a catch. They only do this if somebody takes her place. Of course, I've got a reading of that coming up very soon. Well, along with the Atrahasis myth. We'll get there soon, don't worry. Now, the other one, of course, is her involvement in the Epic of Gilgamesh. Now, in this one, Inanna actually propositions Gilgamesh, but he actually turns her down. Bad luck. Citing the fates of her previous lovers who met unfortunate ends. You see, Inanna has a bit of a reputation. Being an immortal goddess, she basically finds some young little toy boy, play around with them for a while, and after she's had her fun, well, tosses them aside. And nobody likes that, don't they? Be careful about your reputation. Of course, Gilgamesh heard about this as much as everybody else and wasn't keen on the idea of becoming number 547 of Inanna's boyfriends. Well, Inanna was not too pleased with this. Does not take rejection very well. So, she sends the Bull of Heaven to basically punish him, try and maul him, leading to further conflicts and highlighting her volatile nature. Now, there's also another fragmentary myth called Inanna and the Hulupu tree. This myth involves Inanna nurturing a sacred tree that, after time, becomes infested with these strange creatures. Now, she calls upon Gilgamesh for help, and he obliges,
and they actually do remove them. Shows her connection to growth and the challenges of fostering life. Now, in terms of her symbolism, she's often depicted as a beautiful woman, of course, sometimes winged with a headdress featuring horns and stars, and she's associated with lions, symbolizing courage and strength, but also doves for the love and feminine aspect. She has her own emblem too, an 8-pointed star, or perhaps a rosette, symbolizing her association with Venus, that is the planet Venus, not the goddess, and her all-encompassing nature. And so, she has a pretty profound legacy, and an equally profound role. It is this complexity of human emotions and experiences, both nurturing and destructive forces, that make up her character, and it challenges these simplistic categorizations, reflecting the Mesopotamian understanding of the divine as not just being this infallible, all-knowing being, but a kind of all-encompassing one, covering all facets of existence. All right then, so our journey into the Mesopotamian deities continues with Utu. Now, in Akkadian culture, you might hear him referred to as Shamash. He is the sun god and a deity of justice, morality, and truth. His role as the bringer of light extends beyond the physical to the metaphorical illumination of justice. He was believed to ride across the sky in his sun chariot, which, well, think about Greek myths, Egyptian myths. Yeah, kind of familiar. Well, he brings daylight to the world, and, while doing it, observes all human activities. Nothing escapes the sight of Utu. Now, his omnipresence made him the perfect arbiter of justice, you see, as he saw everything, and therefore he could know it all. So he was associated with law, fairness, and the protection of the righteous. He was often called upon to witness oaths, and was believed to punish those who committed injustices. Now, the main temples of Utu were located in Sipar and Larsa. The Babar temple, meaning White House, was also a significant center of worship. Now, priests conducted their daily rituals to him, but they had to do it at sunrise. That acknowledges his journey across the sky. In the morning, wake up before dawn, get dressed, ready. Utu is coming. They wanted to give him a good welcome. Now, as for the worshippers, they prayed to Utu for justice, fair judgment, and guidance in legal matters. His influence extended to the administration of law, with judges and officials seeking his favor to uphold fairness. And that's right. All those years ago, they still had law courts. Of course they did. Someone had to decide which was fair or not. I'm sure you've watched my video about the Babylonian law system. If you have, you would have known that by now. Now, Utu appears in several myths that emphasize his role as a just and benevolent deity. Of course, he appears in the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Utu aids Gilgamesh and Enkidu in their quest to defeat the demon Humbaba in the cedar forest. He provides them with favorable conditions, just kind of giving them a bit of a push in the right direction. It demonstrates his support for their heroic endeavors. Now, we also have the story of Etana, where Utu assists King Etana in his quest to find the plant of birth to produce an heir. Now, this story also shows his role in promoting life and the continuation of just dynasties. Now, on a more secular note, of course, we have that famous Babylonian Code of Hammurabi, which depicts King Hammurabi receiving the laws from Shamash, which of course is the other name of Utu, just in the Akkadian tradition. Now, this iconography reinforces the idea that justice is ordained divinely, and the kings are merely the enforcers of the will of the gods. Now, how is he depicted? Well, if you see him, you'll probably see him with rays of light emanating from his shoulders, symbolizing the sunlight piercing through that darkness at the dawn. He sometimes holds a sword or a knife, representing his ability to cut through and reveal the truth, perhaps. Now, his symbol is the solar disk, but it doesn't just represent physical light, but also enlightenment and moral clarity. And so he is significant in this context of laws and ethics, whether they be in a court dynamic or even just ethics in personal life. His association with justice influenced legal practices and the development of the law codes in Mesopotamia. Of course, the belief that justice had divine backing added quite a bit of moral weight to the legal proceedings. Okay, so we have the sun deities. We gotta have a moon deity, don't we? So we turn to Nana, who is also known as Sin in Akkadian. So you might see her in that sort of context. See him, rather. I do apologize. I had a friend called Nana a while ago. I keep thinking of her. So, Nana is the moon god, associated with wisdom, fertility, and the measurement of time. His cyclical journey across the heavens was crucial for the calendrical calculations in Mesopotamia. Now, of course, the actual translation that we have of the name Nana actually means illuminator, or illumination, depending on which translation you go with. Of course, shows his role in bringing just a little bit of light to the darkness. He was believed to traverse the night sky in a chariot or perhaps a boat, marking the passage of time through the lunar phases. Now, as a deity of wisdom, Nana was thought to possess deep knowledge, perhaps due to his ability to observe the world from his celestial vantage point during the quietness of the night. Certainly gives you a lot of time to think, doesn't it? Now, we go to the city of Ur if we want to find the primary center of Nana's worship, which was of course one of the most important urban centers in Mesopotamia. And you will find in Ur the Great Ziggurat, which was dedicated to him and served as a focal point for all the religious activities. Lunar observations were of course integral to the Mesopotamian calendar, influencing agriculture, festivals, and religious rituals. And so the priests of Nana were skilled astronomers who tracked these lunar cycles to determine auspicious times for various activities. Now, Nana appears in myths too that highlight his familial connections and influence. The first being the journey of Nana to Nippur, where he travels to Nippur to present gifts to Enlil. Story shows these themes of respect, duty, and the maintenance of divine relationships. There's also another one that shows him as the father of the goddess Inanna and the sun god Utu, linking him to other major deities and emphasizing how interconnected the pantheon is. But of course, his association with fertility is there too. You see, as the moon influences tides and natural rhythms,
Nana was linked to fertility and the growth of crops. The waxing and waning was symbolic of life's cycles. He's often depicted as a wise old man with a flowing beard, sometimes seated on a throne with a crescent moon symbol nearby. Of course, the crescent moon became that enduring symbol that was associated with him. His role in timekeeping had a lasting impact on astronomy too, and the development of calendars. Now, as we move on, we arrive to our next deity. And we arrive to the Mother Goddess and the Lady of the Mountains. We arrive to Ninhursag, who is also known as Ninmah or Ki. She embodies the nurturing aspects of the earth, is associated with fertility, childbirth, and sustenance of life. Of course, that name, Ninhursag, literally translates to Lady of the Sacred Mountain, of course reflecting her connection to the mountains as sources of life-giving streams, and as symbols of stability and permanence. We have the saying, as unshakable as the mountains. Now, she is revered as the mother of gods and humans, often involved in creation myths where she shapes beings from clay. She represents the Earth's ability to produce and sustain life, making her, of course, a central figure in agricultural societies. And so she was worshipped throughout Mesopotamia. But she had significant temples in cities like Kesh and Adab. Her shrines were places where people sought blessings for fertility, safe childbirth, and the health of land and livestock herds. Offerings to Ninhursag included agricultural produce and figurines representing mothers and children. Her worship emphasized the cyclical nature of life and the interconnectedness, of all things. If I can connect my words properly. Maybe I should start praying to Ninhursag for that. Now, of course, we go back to a few myths, one being in the creation of humanity, where Ninhursag is often depicted as a midwife or mother figure in the creation of humans. As we said, she molds the people from clay, and then she breathes life into them, symbolizing the earth as a source of human existence. Of course, we also have the tale of Enki and Ninhursag, where in the story Enki consumes forbidden plants, leading to ailments in various parts of his body. Ninhursag actually cures him by creating deities associated with each afflicted body part. The myth shows the themes of balance and consequences too of overstepping boundaries, but once again we have this restorative theme of the power of the earth. Now, she's often depicted as a seated woman with a horned headdress, sometimes holding a staff, or accompanied by lions at her flanks. Her influence extends to a latter mother goddess figures in different cultures too, representing fertility, nature, and the feminine divine. Her portrayal as a nurturing yet powerful deity reflects once again the respect for the earth's generative capabilities. Okay, now let's turn our attention to Marduk, the patron god of Babylon. Now, Marduk's rise from a relatively minor deity to the head of the Babylonian Pantheon reflects the political and cultural ascendancy of the city of Babylon itself. Remember, there's always that power struggle between the different kingdoms in Mesopotamia. Don't look at it
as a unified deity. That's a little dangerous. Well, tell that to Sargon, but okay. Now, he was associated, Marduk that is, with creation, water, vegetation, judgment, and magic, and he was often depicted with a triangular or forked spade, his symbolic weapon. Well, as Babylon grew in power, Marduk absorbed the attributes of other gods, consolidating various aspects of divinity into his persona. And little by little, as Babylon became more powerful, so did he, and the whole process elevated him into a position of supreme authority. Now his main temple was the Esagila in Babylon, a grand complex that included the towering Etemenanke ziggurat, which some scholars believed to be in the inspiration for the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. Could be. Now the Akitu festival, the Babylonian New Year celebration, was central to Marduk's worship, and during this festival, rituals reenacted Marduk's victory over chaos, reaffirming the king's divine mandate and the city's central place within the cosmos. Of course, Marduk's prominence is most notably captured in the Enuma Elish, the Babylonian creation epic. Of course, there is also the defeat of Tiamat, where Marduk rises to leadership by volunteering to defeat this Tiamat, the primordial goddess of salt water who personifies chaos. Marduk, coming out armed with powerful weapons and spells, slays Tiamat, but not just her, also her entire army of gruesome and terrible monsters. After defeating Tiamat, Marduk creates the world from her divided body. He forms the heavens and the earth, establishing order from all the chaos. And thus he creates humans from the blood of Kingu, Tiamat's consort and commander. Humans are made to serve the gods, you see, relieving them of menial tasks. He then organizes the cosmos, sets the celestial bodies in their places, and defines the roles of other gods. Now, of course, you'll often find Marduk depicted with his symbolic dragon-like creature, the Meshusu, representing his power and authority. Now, the Meshusu has features kind of like a lion, serpent, and a bird all wrapped into one, the integration of many different forces. And Marduk's consolidation of divine attributes mirrors Babylon's political unification of Mesopotamia. You see, the mythology around him kind of aims to justify Babylon's dominance and the king's rule as divinely sanctioned. So he's kind of just a spiritual stand-in for the physical deity, well, manifestation, which is Babylon. A little complicated, but hey, that's why we're here, to take it nice and slow. Okay, so next we have Ashur, who is the chief god of the Assyrians and the embodiment of empire. Now his importance grew alongside Assyria's expansion, and he became the personification of the state and its imperial ambition, kind of like a symbol, we're coming to get you. Now Ashur is associated with war, kingship, and empire. And unlike the other gods with rich mythologies, Ashur's creation was closely tied to the Assyrian nation's identity and the divine justification for its conquest. He was often depicted as a winged disc with horns, sometimes with a figure drawing a bow, symbolizing his role as a warrior god. You see a symbol like that, you know exactly what he's here for. And of course, his principal place of worship was the city of Ashur, after which he was named. Temples dedicated to him served not only as religious functions, but also administrative and political roles. Assyrian kings saw themselves as a kind of like representatives or even embodiments of Ashur on earth. Military campaigns were conducted in his name, of course, and victories were attributed to his favor. Now, we have mentioned that Ashur lacks an extensive mythology, and that is true. But his identity seems to have merged with that of Marduk during the Assyrian dominance over Babylon. You see, in Assyrian versions of the Enuma Elish, Ashur places Marduk as the hero who defeats Tiamat, adapting the myth to reflect the Assyrian supremacy. Now, the adaptation demonstrates how myths were used to legitimize political power and reinforce all of these nationalistic narratives, turning religion into politics and turning politics into religion. Well, let's just hope that doesn't happen again after the Bronze Age. Now, of course, we have this imagery of a winged disk, and it seems to draw these parallels to solar symbols, indicating this connection to the celestial authority. Of course, throw in the bow-wielding figure, well, that's just a bit of dose of military might, a kind of subtle warning before the brutal beatdown. Of course, his entire legacy is tied to the rise and the fall of the Assyrian Empire. His worship shows the role of religion in statecraft and the use of divine sanction to justify expansionist policies. I'm sure that'll be the last time that happens. And so, we reach the final deity of our talk for today, and that would be the goddess of the underworld, the queen of the dead, Ereshkigal. Now, Ereshkigal rules over Irkala, that is the land from which there is no return, presiding over the fate of all souls. It's a pretty big responsibility, isn't it? Of course, her name, Ereshkigal, means Queen of the Great Earth, depending on what translation you're going to go by, but this is generally it. Now, she embodies the inevitability of death and the finality of the underworld. Now, you might be thinking, isn't this just like the Egyptian stuff? Well, unlike the Egyptian concept of an afterlife with potential rewards, the Mesopotamian underworld was a little bit less appealing. It was actually more of just a bleak and shadowy existence, when nothing really happened. Bit of a disappointment, isn't it? Not much to work towards, but hey, it is just what it is. Of course, to rule over a place like this, you would need quite a character, and Ereshkigal was certainly a stern and formidable one, ensuring that the dead remained in her realm and that natural order was maintained. No one was leaving. Once you entered, you were not getting out of Irkala. Now, does this sound like a fun person to worship? I don't know. Perhaps fear. There certainly weren't any major temples dedicated solely to her, that's for sure. There were more pleasing deities to dedicate your time to, but she was acknowledged in rituals related to death and burial practices. When the time comes, I suppose eventually you have to confront the reality. The funerary rites aimed to appease her, ensuring that the deceased had at least relatively peaceful existence in the afterlife, whatever that could be down to. Offerings to Ereshkigal might include food and drink left at grave sites, acknowledging her dominion over the dead. Of course, you'll find her in the myth of Inanna's descent to the underworld. Ereshkigal's most famous narrative involves her sister Inanna's attempt to take over the underworld. Did I say Ereshkigal's descent? I meant Inanna's descent. Excuse me. Of course, Ereshkigal enforces the laws of her realm, which actually leads to Inanna's death. The myth explores once again the themes of power and even jealousy. Now, there also is this marriage to Nergal in another myth where Ereshkigal marries Nergal, the god of war and plague, which doesn't sound like quite the kind of man you'd want to marry. Well, their tumultuous relationship just reflects this harsh reality of death and the forces that govern it. You'll often find Ereshkigal depicted as a regal figure, sometimes with wings or accompanied by owls and snakes, creatures that were associated with the underworld. Her realm is described as a place where the dead exist as dust, devoid of the pleasures of life. The portrayal emphasizes the Mesopotamian view of death as unavoidable and a somber destiny. She is the finality and mystery of death. Her strict governance of the underworld reinforces the importance of respecting the natural order. Her presence in the mythology is just a reminder of mortality and the consequence of overreaching ambition. And with that, we somewhat come to the end, at least of this video. There's a few more that we could talk about. Maybe I'll do a part 2 on minor deities. Would you like that? Oh, tell me in the comments. That's a good way to get the engagement, isn't it? And so, as we conclude the somewhat brief exploration of the 10 principal deities, I hope you've gained a little bit of an understanding of how the Mesopotamians perceived the world of the gods. Of course, they were not distant figures. They were just integral parts of a daily life. Natural forces, human emotions, societal structures. They embodied them all the way from Anu's supreme authority to Ereshkigal's domination over the afterlife in that deep, dusty realm. Each one of them had an important role to play. So, the myths and worship practices certainly show a civilization that was deeply connected to its environment, reliant on celestial bodies for timekeeping, but also ever aware of this delicate balance between order and chaos. Because after all, that's what it's all about, isn't it? And speaking of order, if you've enjoyed the video, I order you to subscribe right now. Well, I suppose I can't do that. That's not right. We can't be ordering people to do things.
The ancient Egyptians had a profound relationship with their deities, viewing them as pivotal to maintaining the cosmic order and essential to all aspects of life, from the environment to politics, and of course, the afterlife. Their extensive pantheon was managed by deities responsible for various domains. Osiris ruled the underworld, Ra was in charge of the sun, and Isis symbolized motherhood and fertility. The Egyptians practiced their religion through daily offerings, elaborate temple rituals performed by priests, and major festivals where common people could engage with the gods' statues, which were believed to house their spirits. And then, of course, there's the pharaoh, referred as the divine god-king, acting as a mediator between the gods and the people, emphasizing the pharaoh's role in maintaining Ma'at, or cosmic harmony, believed to ensure societal stability and prosperity. And thus, this deep-seated spirituality permeated Egyptian culture, influencing its art, architecture, and even the planning of their cities, with temples and significant structures aligned with celestial events to mirror the great divine order. Welcome to the channel, friends. If it's your first time here, great to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to have you back with me again for another adventure into the past. Well, if you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it. Just enjoy the video. But a click on the like and subscribe button helps too, and that's pretty easy. Further to that, check out the video description. You'll find lots of nice merch and a link to a Patreon if you're so inclined. But for now, let's just get nice and relaxed. And we can begin a very deep dive into ancient Egyptian religion. Now, before we begin, I've already done one of these on ancient Greek religion too, if you are interested in that. But just like that video, I'm not going to extensively go into the Pantheon. No, this video is more about what the Egyptians would do from day to day with their religious practices, and how Egyptian culture was influenced by it, the temples and the festivals and all the rest. Of course, I'm going to be explaining a little bit about the Pantheon, but not in the detail that it deserves. Of course, that, just like the Greek video, will require its own speech, and I'll get to it eventually. In ancient Egyptian culture, the pantheon of deities is extensive and complex, with texts referencing over 1,400 named gods. But there are some who have suggested that the number actually reaches into the thousands, and after all, it's a very old and ancient culture, isn't it? I wouldn't be too surprised how deep the lore actually runs. And of course, we have the hieroglyphs that represent these deities, and they often feature symbols of divinity, such as falcons, flags, or seated figures, and variations like an egg or a cobra to denote more feminine aspects related to creation and protection. Now, the distinction between gods and humans in Egyptian texts points to a broader and not entirely congruent definition of divinity, at least compared to our modern interpretations. Now, this term of Nuter, I believe it's pronounced, could extend to any entity existing beyond the mundane. So that is the term of God, anything that is one level above. So this could encompass deceased humans who were considered divine in essence, whereas lesser spiritual beings, sometimes termed as demons, were not as divine as the former. Now, Egyptian religious iconography also varied, depicting both significant deities integral to their myths and rituals, but also more obscure figures that might symbolize more niche concepts. But the definition of what constitutes a deity, that is a little more complicated. One modern scholar, Jan Assmann, defines a deity by its involvement in a cult, a role within the cosmos, and mention in mythology or other narrative traditions. But this definition can be broadened somewhat to include any focus of ritual activity, thus including deified kings post-coronation and souls of the deceased transformed through burial rites. The enduring influence of major gods was maintained through consistent ritualistic devotion across Egypt. Now, where did they all come from? They had to have come from somewhere, right? Well, they're believed to be originated in the pre-dynastic period, evolving from earlier animistic beliefs far too far back in that oral history for us to truly trace. But the era's artifacts depicting animals and human forms that later align with the religious iconography that's more recognizably Egyptian suggest an embryonic state of religious expression. Clearer evidence of structured worship appears in the last centuries of the pre-dynastic era, with the construction of the very first temples. Now, these structures house depictions of deities like Horus, Neith, and Set, which all played central roles in the developing religious landscape of early dynastic Egypt, eventually becoming something that, well, is a little bit more recognizable as quintessentially Egyptian rather than just another Bronze Age animistic art on some cave wall somewhere. Now, there have been other scholars that have proposed different theories about the development of gods during this period. For example, some have suggested that the Egyptians initially worshipped primitive fetishes, and then animal-form deities, and finally, human-form deities. Conversely, it may be indeed that the gods were conceived in human form from the outset. These theories are considered, at least now, to be somewhat simplistic. More contemporary ideas suggest that deities emerged as humans, began to personify elements of their environment, and conceptualize ideas relating to divinity in general. So, in pre-dynastic Egypt, the land was effectively comprised of small, independent villages, like any other Bronze Age society. Many scholars believe that these communities eventually merged into larger states. Their local deities' worship spread and intermingled, and eventually formed a pantheon. Some argue that the most significant pre-dynastic gods were already present throughout Egypt, despite any political divisions. The unification of Egypt, that being the Upper and Lower Egypt, marked a pivotal moment in the development of Egyptian religion, as rulers from the Upper became pharaohs of the entire country. See the Narmer palette for a little bit more on that. Now, these sacred kings and their officials claimed the exclusive right to communicate with the gods, a divine right of kings, and of course, kingship would become a central religious focus. New deities continued to be introduced after this period of transformation. Prominent gods such as Isis and Amun did not appear until around the Old Kingdom. So we're talking 2600 to around 2200 BC or thereabouts, give or take. Now, the creation of deities was often inspired by specific places, concepts, or as counterparts to established gods and goddesses. While kings were considered divine, only a few were worshipped long after their deaths. Some non-royal individuals, believed to have the gods' favor, were also venerated, although this was typically short-lived. Notably, court architects like Imhotep and Amenhotep, the son of Hapu, were deified centuries after their deaths, as were a few other officials. Now, the Egyptians also incorporated foreign deities through interactions with neighboring cultures. One example is the goddess Mikhet, appeared in Egyptian texts during the Middle Kingdom, around 2100 BC to around 1650 BC. Well, it may have been adopted from Nubian religion, so a little bit south there, moving into modern-day Ethiopia, that kind of area. Similarly, a Nubian ram deity possibly influenced Amun's iconography. Moving into the New Kingdom, around 1550 to 1070 BC, several Canaanite deities, including Baal, Reseph, and Anat, were assimilated into Egyptian religion to varying degrees. And in Greek and Roman times, from around 330 BC to the early centuries AD, deities from across the Mediterranean were also worshipped in Egypt, often integrated into the native Egyptian religious framework. And so, with all that being said, our understanding of the Egyptian beliefs about the gods primarily comes from religious texts produced by the nation's scribes and priests, of which we have quite a few. And of course, these priests and scribes were the elite of Egyptian society. Of course, not as elite as the pharaoh, but, give them some credit. This elite group was distinct from the general populace, most of whom were illiterate. Consequently, very little is known about how much of the sophisticated ideas developed by the elite were understood and embraced by the broader population. It's possible, however, that commoners' views of the divine differed significantly from those of the priests. For instance, the general populace may have interpreted the religion's symbolic statements about the gods and their actions as literal truths. However, despite these potential differences, the limited information available about popular religious belief aligns with the elite tradition. Most Egyptian deities embodied natural or social phenomena, believed to be immanent within nature. These deities represented physical places and even objects, as well as abstract concepts and forces. For instance, Shu was the personification of the world's air. Meretseger oversaw the Theban necropolis, and Sia represented the notion of perception. While many deities were associated with multiple phenomena, dual class, we may say. Khnum, for example, was the god of Elephantine Island and the Nile's life-giving flood, and he was said to create all living beings on a potter's wheel. And some gods shared roles, especially for the big tasks. For example, Ra, Atum, Khepri, and Horus, who all acted as sun gods. Well, despite their varied functions, most deities had the common role of maintaining Ma'at, and that is this concept of the universal order, the balance, and even this concept of Ma'at was personified as a goddess itself. However, some deities symbolized disruption to Ma'at. You've got to have bad guys, of course, such as Apep, the force of chaos, and Set, who could both combat and cause disorder, depending on how he felt. And not all elements of existence were deified. For example, no god personified the Nile itself, nor were short-lived phenomena like rainbows or eclipses, for example, or elements like fire and water typically represented by the gods. While the roles of deities were fluid and could even evolve to include new characteristics, making it a difficult task to categorize them definitively. Gods had limited abilities and influence also. They too were bound by the cosmic order, and none were omniscient, although beliefs about Amun in the late New Kingdom did suggest that he approached omniscience and omnipresence. While deities with specialized roles are often referred to as minor divinities, though these terms are loosely defined along with that term demon, which isn't always a bad thing across all cultures. Even look at Chinese religions and their cultures, they use this word quite a lot, same as the Japanese, and it's not such a dirty word, so let's try and look a little bit past our Western perception. Now, demons could actually be guardians of specific places, or even wandering spirits causing harm. Their status in the divine hierarchy could change as well, as seen with Bes and the Taweret, who transitioned from minor roles to significant influence. Demons in the Duat, however, that is the afterlife, that realm of the dead, were feared as dangerous and vile. But even the most revered gods could display vengeful demon-like behavior, which once more blurs that line between a demon and a god. The behavior of Egyptian gods was thought to govern all aspects of nature. Most deities worked to maintain Ma'at, and used a force called Heka, which we may translate, albeit quite loosely, but we do often translate it as magic, which the creator god employed to form the world and the gods themselves. The divine actions in the present are documented in hymns and funerary texts. In contrast, mythology focuses on the gods' deeds during a vaguely imagined past when they directly interacted with humans. These mythic events established patterns for the present. For instance, each new pharaoh's ascension mirrored Horus's rise to his father Osiris's throne. Myths, while they serve as metaphors always for divine actions, and are seen as somewhat beyond true human comprehension, often containing seemingly contradictory ideas that offer different perspectives on these events. Henry Frankfurt, a scholar in the field, referred to this as a multiplicity of approaches to understanding the gods. And thus in myths, gods exhibit these human-like behaviors, experiencing emotions. They eat, they drink, they fight, they cry, and fall sick and die eventually. Some gods have unique personalities. For example, Set is aggressive and impulsive, while Thoth, the god of writing and knowledge, tends to be reportedly quite long-winded. Well, however, generally the gods are portrayed as archetypes rather than well-defined characters, a little bit of mystery, you can't quite put a pin in them. Different versions of a myth can feature various deities in the same archetypal role, such as the Eye of Ra, represented by many goddesses. And of course, overall, the symbolic meaning in the myths takes general precedence over elaborate storytelling. While creation myths detail the first divine act of forming the cosmos, focusing on different gods as creators. The Ogdoad represents the pre-creation chaos, giving birth to the sun god, who comes out of the darkness and establishes order. Ta embodies thought and creativity, shaping all things through his mind and his words. Atum generates everything as extensions of himself, while Amun, according to the priesthood's theology, predates and creates other creator gods. While these varying accounts of creation were not seen as contradictory, but rather as just different perspectives on the complexity from chaos to order. It's a difficult process. Well, either way, after creation, gods ruled the divine society, battling chaos, and each other, by the way, before retreating from the human world and installing Egypt's historical kings to take care of business while they were away. There is a recurring theme in the Egyptian myths, and that is the gods' struggle to maintain mart against disorder, effectively the cosmic balance of good and evil. Balancing the scales, that's the difficult part. And thus they fight fierce battles with chaotic forces at creation's beginning, continuing with Ra's nightly battle against Apep. Another significant theme is the god's death and resurrection. Osiris's murder and revival as ruler of the Duat is a clear example, while Ra ages during his daily journey, sinks into the Duat at night, and is reborn at dawn anew. Funerary texts depict Ra's journey through the Duat, showing gods being revived with him. Instead of being eternally immortal, gods periodically die, but they are reborn, renewing the world by reenacting the creation events. However, this cycle could be disrupted, and potentially that would lead to chaos, wouldn't it? Some texts suggest that the creator god may one day actually manage to dissolve the world's order, leaving only himself and Osiris in the primordial chaos. Well, in Egyptian cosmology, the universe comprised a few different realms, those being the earth, the sky, and the underworld, and all three of these realms were encased by a kind of dark, formless void that predated creation, what was there before, well, before anything. Gods generally resided in the sky, but were associated with specific universal sectors depending on their roles. Mythological narratives, reflecting times when gods mingled with humans, predominantly unfolded on Earth, allowing for interactions between the earthly and celestial deities. And of course the underworld, nobody wants to end up there, portrayed as secluded, with its resident deities finding communication with the living world challenging to say the least. Beyond the cosmos, distant realms house their own deities, some of whom posed threats, and some of whom were friendly. Once again, the balance of the cosmic order. You can't have the good guys without the bad guys. It wouldn't be fun, wouldn't it? Well, post-mythological beliefs suggested that gods primarily existed in the sky or simply remained unseen within the earthly realm, and thus temples served as critical points of interaction between humans and the divine, where gods were thought to inhabit cult statues during daily rituals, symbolizing their journey between the divine and earthly planes. Temples, thus, were not merely religious structures, but they were pivotal urban centers, a gathering point, with the main temple's deity often regarded as the city's patron, influencing the city and everybody and everything within it. Effectively, the whole city or town would revolve around the temple. Now, the influence and recognition of a deity could extend or recede with changes in their worship centers. Multiple cities might venerate the same god, yet the deity's historical origin might differ from its primary cult center. The prominence of a city's patron god could also shift politically. For example, when Theban rulers ascended to national power at the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, they elevated the Theban gods, initially Montu and followed by Amun, to a national significance. Of course, once again, religion getting mixed up with politics. Well, back to Egyptian culture in general. Names were believed to encapsulate the essence of the beings that they described, a concept that extended significantly into their theology. The names of gods often reflected their divine attributes or spheres of influence. Sekhmet, the warlike goddess, is named for her strength, being the powerful one. Amun, whose influence and presence were mysteriously elusive, is called the Hidden One, and Nekhbet, associated with the city of Nekheb, is known as She of Nekheb. Unfortunately, she got the boring name, I think. I'd rather be called the Powerful One. Hell yeah. Well, further explaining on the significance of names, Egyptians engaged in creating false etymologies to imbue names with additional layers of meaning. For example, the funerary god Sokar is associated through etymology with the cleaning of the mouth, which links him to the opening of the mouth ceremony, a ritual to restore the senses of the deceased. It's kind of hard to explain exactly what it is, but effectively it was to prepare you for your journey into the underworld, so you could effectively defend yourself and, well, I've done a video on the Book of the Dead. You go and watch that. We're not going to go too off the rails in this video. I promised myself I wouldn't. So let's get back to just the general religion talk, okay? Maybe we'll talk about the Book of the Dead later. We'll see. Now, of course, names, always important. They held such power that they were even sometimes kept a secret to maintain a deity's mystique and control, if we may put it that way. And there is a famous myth that illustrates this power. For example, Isis, by learning the secret name of Ra, coerced him into revealing it by withholding a cure for a poison she had given him, thus gaining magical power over him. Gods also bore multiple epithets, reflecting their diverse roles and attributes. These epithets could accumulate extensively for major gods and could vary widely. For instance, an epithet such as the Great Enchantress was originally applied to several goddesses, but eventually personified into its own deity, Werthekau. While the Egyptian deities were intricately connected, of course, all a big chain, they all knew each other somehow. Everything led back to another, and their relationships defined their roles and attributes. For example, Isis, known as a healer and protector due to her relationship with her son Horus, also served as the patroness of kings. These familial and relational dynamics were more than mere love and family affairs, but they were central to the Egyptians' understanding of the divine, more so than the myths themselves, which everybody, of course, had their own interpretation of. Gods frequently formed familial triads, which mirrored royal succession and emphasized creation and continuity. Notable examples include the triad of Osiris, Isis, and Horus, and similar arrangements in local cult centers, like the triad of Ptah, Sekhmet, and Nefertum in Memphis. These relationships, of course, could vary. Hathor could be a mother, consort, or daughter of the sun god, showing once again the flexibility of divine roles. Beyond family, gods were grouped by their functions or associations with certain regions of the cosmos. For instance, there were deities for each hour of the day and night, and for each of Egypt's nomes. A nome is like a province, I suppose we can say. Now, some deities were paired because of similar functions, like Isis and Nephthys in their roles supporting Osiris, or because they represented interconnected concepts such as the dynamic Ra and the static Osiris merging nightly. Deities were also grouped numerically to symbolize concepts. 3 emphasizes plurality, and 4s denoted completeness. During the New Kingdom, the trio of Amun, Ra, and Ta represented major cult centers and key concepts, became central, sometimes expanded to include Set to emphasize unity amidst the gods' diversity. Now, the concepts of Enneads, or groups of 9 deities, illustrated the multitude within the Pantheon, with the most famous, of course, being the Heliopolis Ennead, descended from Atum and incorporating major gods. The divine hierarchy was fluid, influenced by the mythological age and cosmic role of the gods. The king of the gods, usually a creator deity, varied over time. Horus in the early dynastic, Ra in the Old Kingdom, and Amun in the New Kingdom, along with Isis in the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, Ptolemaic being the rule of the Ptolemies, as essentially the successor kingdoms of Alexander the Great, Macedonian Greeks ruling Egypt for quite a time. Now, as deities rose in prominence, they often absorbed attributes from their predecessors, as seen with Isis and Amun, who became a solar deity through his association with Ra. Deities were multifaceted, capable of manifesting various forms. Central to this understanding was the concept of the soul, which shared components between gods and humans, notably the Ba and the Ka. What is that? Well, the Ba represented a god's ability to affect its surroundings, manifesting tangibly. For instance, the sun was seen as the Ba of Ra. Depictions of deities or their cult statues or sacred animals were regarded as the Ka, serving as physical vessels for the god's essences. And deities often had multiple Bas or Kas, each potentially named and representing different aspects of the deity's broader nature. Everything was considered part of Atum's Kas, the creator, who initially encompassed all existence, effectively an all roads lead to Rome situation. You could trace everything back to him. One god could manifest another's power, by the way, termed as being the Ba of that deity. Additionally, Divine body parts could be venerated as separate entities. Famously, of course, the Eye of Ra, which no doubt you've seen, well, everywhere on anything Egyptian. Same as the Ankh, one of those quintessential symbols. And also the Hand of Atum, which were both conceptualized as goddesses on their own. So it was believed that the gods' life force was so potent, that their tears and even their sweat transformed into other living entities, and that included humans, but also other gods. But deities also existed in localized forms, taking on attributes of more regional gods and goddesses, leading to multiple manifestations, such as the Horus of Nekhen and the Horus of Edfu, each linked to specific locales. These local forms could sometimes diverge significantly in their attributes and roles. For instance, Horus could be revered as a mighty sky deity, or even a vulnerable child, with each form treated as distinct and independent of the other. Syncretism played a critical role in the fluidity of Egyptian theology, where gods could merge or be segmented as seen with the god Horus absorbing other regional falcon gods. Deities were often combined based on shared attributes or roles, leading to composite forms such as Amun-Ra or Sobek-Ra. These syncretic relationships acknowledge the overlapping nature of divine roles, enhancing the god's influence, but at the same time not necessarily merging them permanently. They could still be worshipped independently, or even form new syncretic relationships. The debate over the perceived monotheism, polytheism, and pantheism within ancient Egyptian religion is a persistent one among scholars. Some early 20th century Egyptologists like E. A. Wallace Budge, who, by the way, did a very good translation on the Book of the Dead, which I do recommend, and also James Henry Breasted, proposed that while commoners practiced a straightforward polytheism, the elite, they understood the religion's supposedly true monotheistic or pantheistic nature. Budge suggested a hidden monotheism reserved for the elite, while Breasted considered the religion fundamentally pantheistic, centered around the omnipresence of the sun god. And there was one scholar, Hermann Juncker, diverging from these views. He argued for an original monotheism that evolved into a polytheism over time. Could be, but contrary to these earlier theories, Erich Hornung in 1971 had his own ideas emphasizing the independent and simultaneous supremacy attributed to various deities, and that includes the minor ones. He critiqued the notion of a singular divine essence overarching the multiple gods, suggesting instead that the term God, as I do my quotations with my fingers, used in wisdom literature, refers flexibly to any deity pertinent to a given context. Hornung proposed henotheism as a more fitting description of Egyptian religious practice, where devotion could be directed towards any god as supreme at different times without undermining the existence of others. Now, back to Jan Assmann, who later argued that Egyptian theology gradually advanced towards recognizing a single deity, particularly during the New Kingdom with Amun-Ra as a central figure. He linked this trend to Artanism, which radically focused on the sun as the sole divine entity. Well, long story short, there was one pharaoh, Akhenaten, who basically established his own new religion throughout the entire pantheon and thought that he just worship Aten instead. It's a very, very long and, yes, interesting story. I'll make a video on it soon, don't worry. Actually, if you want me to make a video on it, leave a comment below. Yes. Well, Artenism was not as popular as Akhenaten had hoped it would be, and following the widespread rejection of Artenism, theological thought reconciled this monotheistic impulse with traditional polytheism by conceptualizing a transcendent universal god that encompassed all other deities, with Amun becoming the predominant representation in the late New Kingdom, kind of the umbrella in which all of the other gods were huddled underneath. Now, the gods of ancient Egypt were portrayed in diverse and symbolic forms in their religious art and text. They're often represented with bodies composed of precious materials, that being gold for flesh and silver for bones, lapis lazuli for hair, symbolizing their divine nature. Their appearances are not static. They could change form to suit different purposes, reflecting their multifaceted roles within the pantheon. Thus, the Egyptian deities are commonly depicted in human form, animal form, or a lot of the time a combination of both, like deities with human bodies and animal heads, which is pretty common. You can see it in any artwork, really, from the Egyptian times. Well, these depictions are not literal, by the way, but they are symbolic, and they emphasize various attributes of the deities. For example, Anubis, he's depicted as a jackal or a dog, which is an animal associated with scavenging, and this symbolizes his role in protecting or preserving mummified bodies. Deities could also manifest in multiple forms. Hathor, for instance, could appear as a cow, cobra a lioness, or a female cow with horns, each form highlighting a different aspect of her nature. The heads of these images are crucial for identifying the deity, of course, as they usually represent the deity's primary form. Divine headdresses are also significant in distinguishing gods and often include elements like crowns or hieroglyphs. The gods' tools and symbols in their hands, such as was the scepter for male deities and papyrus stalks for goddesses, roughly signify their powers and roles, but are generally non-specific to individual gods. Each god's iconography is detailed yet finite, with certain animals and objects recurring across different deities due to shared characteristics. Now, despite the extensive range of forms, some animals and objects common in Egypt never appear as divine representations, which is surprising. Now, furthermore, the clothing and colors used in depicting gods often carry symbolic meanings, such as red skin for the male gods and yellow for the goddesses, which is a reflection of societal gender roles. Now, certain gods are depicted in ways that emphasize their mythological attributes, like the blue skin of Hapi symbolizing the Nile, or the mummiform appearance of Osiris, which of course associates him with death and resurrection. Thus, this complex iconography of Egyptian deities serves to communicate their attributes and roles within this broader tapestry of religious and cultural symbolism, making each god distinct but interconnected with a broader pantheon through shared symbols and shared functions. Now on to the pharaoh, because once again we have to walk that tightrope between the gods and the supposed gods on earth. That intermediary, essentially. Well, in ancient Egyptian belief, the pharaoh was more than just a monarch, of course. He was considered divine, a direct descendant to the deities who once ruled the mythic landscapes of Egypt. Living kings were often identified with Horus, seen as the son of gods like Osiris and Ra, while in death they were linked to these elder deities. This divine status was not merely symbolic, it actually underpinned the pharaoh's duties and rituals and his general responsibilities as Egypt's intermediary with the gods. Pharaohs thus maintained close associations with the gods through depictions alongside them and were central figures in the religious and mythological landscape. Temples built for their worship, both during their reign and after death, served as venues for rituals performed to honor them and sustain their divine essence. Notably, the few female rulers, such as Hatshepsut for example, also adopted similar divine associations, albeit with the necessary adjustments to fit the traditionally masculine role of kingship. Despite the official portrayal of pharaohs as gods, their divine nature was perhaps most strongly acknowledged during ceremonial functions. Outside of these contexts, they were most likely seen in a more human light, suggesting a more nuanced public perception of their godliness. This duality reflects the complexity of Egyptian theology, where the king was essential in maintaining Ma'at through the acts of temple building and overseeing ritual practices traditionally executed by priests on his behalf. The divine role positioned the kings uniquely as a bridge between the human and the divine, providing for the gods through maintenance of temples and execution of rituals which in turn ensured the gods' favor and the ongoing stability and prosperity of the realm as decreed by Ma'at. While the Egyptians felt the presence of their gods in the world around them, direct interactions between deities and humans were exceptional, mostly confined to the literary and mythic realms. In everyday life, Egyptians engaged with their gods through more indirect means, we could say. Now, the concept of Ba, which we've briefly touched upon, an aspect of a deity that could travel and manifest, was also central to these interactions. The gods were thought to periodically inhabit their statues within temples, turning these images from mere representations into actual physical embodiments of the divine itself. This transformation occurred in spaces deemed sacred, areas that were isolated and ritually purified to be worthy of the divine presence. Such locations typically included temple statues and sacred animals, like the Apis bull, revered as intermediaries between the divine and the mortal realms. And apart from these physical intermediaries, Egyptians also sought communion with their gods through dreams or trances, states in which the divine was believed to offer guidance or prophecy. Moreover, the journey of the soul into the afterlife, the duat, was seen as a transition to a divine existence, where the mysteries of the gods would finally be somewhat comprehended by the mortal. Well, temples, they served as the primary venues for official religious practices, housing the cult statue of the gods crafted from precious materials and considered almost alive with divine essence. Fortunately, we've got a fair few of them left. These statues, often housed in the inner sanctums of the temple, were accessible only to the pharaoh and the high-ranking priests, underscoring the exclusivity of the club. Well, major temples could have multiple sanctuaries, of course, for different deities, especially in cities where a particular god was venerated as the local lord. The sanctity of these divine abodes was protected by stringent restrictions on access and physical barriers that shielded the gods from the impurities of the external world. During special festivals, however, these statues were paraded outside the temples in portable shrines, though often still concealed from the public gaze, allowing the broader community a closer, albeit still pretty limited, engagement with the divine. You know how the queen would go past on her carriage and it would be all covered up, but everybody knew who was in there, so they all got excited and all started clapping and yelling, you know. This sort of thing. It's kind of like that. For more personal and customized religious expressions, the Egyptians turned to smaller and more accessible sacred spaces. These range from designated prayer areas within the grand temples to local chapels and even to a little private household shrine. That's right. Bring religion home with you. Now, the gods were deeply intertwined with both the natural order and human affairs, typically exerting their influence within the geographical confines of Egypt. And this perspective was rooted in the belief that foreign lands were outside the established divine order. However, during the New Kingdom, as Egypt's empire began to expand, the Egyptians adapted this view to incorporate foreign territories under the benign rule of the sun god, aligning them with the same divine protection afforded to the Egyptians themselves. Deities like Thoth, who governed time, played direct roles in determining the lifespans of both humans and gods. Other deities associated with life's milestones included Meshkenet and Rehenutet, who oversaw birth, and Shai, who personified fate, predominantly influencing the time and circumstances of one's death. This involvement extended beyond mere lifespan to influencing human decisions through the heart, recognizing as the center of thought and emotion. Now, while gods did not provide guidance, particularly to the king on matters of state and temple management, direct divine commands to provide individuals were rare and did not form a rigid moral code. Instead, morality was guided by the concept of Ma'at, which dictated living in an orderly and harmonious manner that promoted communal well-being. Upholding Ma'at was inherently connected to the gods, who enforced these principles after death by judging human righteousness, a critical criteria for entering the afterlife by the New Kingdom. Though Egyptians possessed free will and could disregard divine or moral guidelines, such transgressions could invite punishments, believed to be executed by a deity's Ba, that manifestation of their divine power. Conversely, righteousness could be rewarded with divine interventions such as healing or even extended life, exemplified by deities like Shed, who personified divine rescue, and Petbe, who avenged transgressions. And then there's that question of why suffering exists if deities govern the universe. Well, it was a complex one for the Egyptians, as it is for everybody else. Misfortune was often attributed to Isfet, the antithesis of Mart, absolving most gods of responsibility for human suffering. How convenient. Nonetheless, deities associated with disorder like Set could also be held accountable for worldly chaos. Egyptian theodicy varied over time, with earlier texts questioning divine justice more skeptically, while later narratives formed the New Kingdom focused on personal relationships with protective deities rather than the overarching order of Mart. This shift in focus reflected a broader change in Egyptian society, where personal piety and divine favor became paramount, overshadowing the communal duty to uphold Mart. Official religious practices aimed at maintaining the cosmic order, and they were distinct, yet related to the personal religious activities of the common people, who sought the gods' assistance for all of their individual concerns. Official religion was structured around a variety of rituals performed within temples. Daily rituals involved presenting offerings to the gods, dressing their statues, anointing them, and reciting hymns. These offerings not only sustained the gods, but also celebrated their life-giving attributes and encouraged their benevolence. Festivals, a key component of official religion, often featured processions where cult images were paraded outside the temples, sometimes to the riverbanks to encourage a bountiful Nile flood, or between temples to reinforce mythological relationships between the deities, such as the visits between Hathor and Horus. These festivals were deeply rooted in the old mythology, aiming to recreate and renew mythic events, like the Koyak festival, which symbolically reenacted Osiris's death, and resurrection too, aligning with the sprouting of crops, signifying renewal. Well, on a personal level, the Egyptians engaged with their deities through several avenues. Oracles, operated by temples, provided divine guidance in response to individual queries. Amulets and other talismans depicted protective deities to ward off harm or to bestow the gods' favorable qualities upon the wearer. Personal rituals often employed Heka, a magical force believed to be a gift from the creator of humans, allowing them to manipulate their fate or ward off adversity by invoking the divine power. Private devotion, or personal piety, became increasingly evident in the New Kingdom, reaching its height towards the end of this period. This was reflected in the proliferation of votive offerings and personal prayers inscribed on the stelae, and of course the dedication of personal belongings or labor to the gods. The practice of creating animal mummies as offerings, such as cat mummies for Bastet, emerged in later periods as a form of honoring animal-depicted deities. During the New Kingdom period, Egyptian influence extends into Canaan and Nubia, leading to the spread and sometimes syncretization of Egyptian deities with the local gods. In Canaan, for example, Egyptian gods such as Hathor, Amun, and Set were integrated into local religious practices, but their worship declined after Egypt's control ended. In contrast, in Nubia to the south, where temples were dedicated to major Egyptian gods and deified pharaohs, gods like Amun and Isis continued to play significant roles even after Egyptian rule, blending in, of course, with the local deities and culture. Under Greek, Ptolemaic, and Roman rule later on, the intermingling of religions continued, with Greek and Roman deities being equated to Egyptian ones through the process of interpretatio Graeca. Now, you may notice that a lot of the Roman gods come from the old Egyptian, or rather the old Greek ones, and this is effectively what this concept is. You find the equivalents. Of course, Zeus becomes Jupiter. Poseidon becomes, Neptune. And you have Minerva, Athena, these sort of things. They're the same gods, but different names. Well, cults of Egyptian gods like Isis and Osiris also spread throughout the Roman Empire, influencing a variety of religious practices and contributing to the Western esoteric tradition. And despite this integration, the official cults of Egyptian deities did gradually decline, especially as Christianity began to dominate in the 4th century and led to the suppression of pagan practices. Which is ironic, because that's where they took a lot of their ideas from, but, well, that's a story for another video, isn't it? Well, today, in the year 2024, remnants of the Egyptian religious practices can still be seen in modern Coptic Christian rituals and certain festivals celebrated by both Christians and Muslims in Egypt, which echo the ancient religious traditions. Of course, they've still got all their monuments and everything still there for everyone to look at, so as of this date, halfway through 2024, they're yet to be destroyed by any roving band of lunatics. Hopefully it won't meet the same fate that happened in the Middle East some decade ago when we had all those problems. We certainly hope that they will not suffer the same fate. Well, of course, additionally, there are contemporary religious movements, collectively known as Kemetism, to seek to revive or reconstruct ancient Egyptian religious practices based on some questionable scholarly or historical sources. But unfortunately, the Kemet movement has been somewhat hijacked by, shall I call them racialists? Perhaps so. It's interesting, but it's a little bit cringe, if you ask me. I'm going to get all the Kemetists in the comments having a go at me, I'm sure, but whatever. Anyway, we reached the end of our video. 1 hour of pure Egypt. Doesn't get better than that. If you love it, then you better tell me in the comments, or else. Hello and welcome back. We are continuing off, at least in form and style, from the Mesopotamian Pantheon video I did earlier this week. But this time, we are going to go through the main deities of the Egyptian Pantheon. Of course, we're not going to be doing every single one of them, but we will be explaining the main ones that pop up. As always, if you like what you hear, the best way to express it is by clicking the like and subscribe, but you already knew that. So with that all being said, and with buttons clicked well and truly, let's begin. And what better place to begin? With Ra, also known as Re, depending on where you read it. Now let's explain, in general, the form and function of Ra. Now, Ra was one of the most central deities in the Egyptian pantheon, and his iconography reflects this importance. He was typically depicted as a man with the head of a falcon, crowned with a sun disk encircled by the uraeus. That is the Greek rendering of the name. You might recognize this object. It is a sacred cobra attached above the head, symbolizing sovereignty, divine authority, and, of course, most importantly, protection. Nothing protects you like a big angry snake in front of your forehead. Now, the sun disk itself was a powerful symbol of life, warmth, and creation. In some representations, Ra appeared as a full-bodied falcon, without any real human features, emphasizing his dominion over the vast sky. But occasionally, he is also shown as a man, but with a ram's head, and this is particularly when associated with the sun's journey through the underworld during the night, showing his regenerative aspects. But of course, the visual representations extended beyond these forms. He was sometimes depicted as a scarab beetle named Khepri, symbolizing the morning sun and rebirth. Now, of course, this is because the scarab has a habit of rolling dung balls. Now, what does this have to do with anything? Well, these little balls of dung are kind of a metaphor for the sun moving across the sky. Which is, well, interesting to say the least. Now, at sunset, Ra was represented as an elderly man, or in another name, Atum, that is the creator god, signifying the sun's descent and transition to the underworld. Of course, lots of varied forms of Ra across this vast breadth of time in which he was observed and worshipped in different ways. And all these forms just illustrate his all-encompassing nature and his presence in, well, every aspect of the sun's cycle, from dawn till dusk. Now, as for the function of Ra, what does he actually do? Well, of course, he was the preeminent sun god, embodying the physical sun itself and its life-giving energy. Now, the sun, of course, in many cultures, predating most of our religions to this day, have sun worship as the main characteristic. Of course, why would you not worship the sun? Its warmth, it gives life to all the plants, it gives light to the earth, so it only makes sense. Now, Ra in general is believed to be the creator of all forms of life, and that includes humans and the other gods, through his emanation of this life-breathing energy, this primordial heat. Now, in terms of the myths, Ra emerged from this primordial chaos, these waters of Nun, creating himself and then other gods through his spoken word, or, in some versions, through masturbation, highlighting his self-generative power. Well, each day Ra sailed across the sky in his solar bark, known to the Egyptians as the Manjet, the boat of millions of years, illuminating the world and sustaining its life. But at night, he journeyed through the underworld in the Mesektet bark, where he faced numerous dangers, of course, particularly the serpent Apep, known to the Greeks as Apophis. Now, I do mention the Greek translations because much of what we have in terms of primary observations on Egypt comes from the early Ptolemaic kingdom, or just in general, we have things from Herodotus and Diodorus Siculus, historians like this who primarily wrote in Greek. So we will be using some names interchangeably, but we'll be using both as much as we can. Now, this serpent, Apep, Apophis, embodied chaos and sought to prevent the sun's rebirth, chasing Ra throughout the underworld. Of course, that was a bit of a fight on its own. Ra's nightly victory over Apophis, or Apep, ensured that the sun would rise again, and Ma'at was maintained, Ma'at being the cosmic order in the Egyptian spiritual tradition. Now, Ra's function, of course, extended to the political sphere too, where he was considered the divine father of the pharaohs themselves. Pharaohs were often referred to as the sons of Ra, linking their authority directly to the deity and legitimizing their rule. Is this kind of divine sanction. Of course, who would argue with the ruler if he was ordained by the gods themselves? Kind of hard to go against that. Now, temples dedicated to Ra, such as the Sun temples at Heliopolis, which in Greek means the city of the sun, Helios meaning sun, Polis meaning city, were centers of religious worship and astronomical observation, which was, of course, just as important in the Egyptian tradition as it was in the earlier Mesopotamian and contemporary Mesopotamian traditions around this subject. Now, priests, they performed rituals to honor Ra, including reciting hymns, and they also conducted ceremonies to aid him on his daily journey, making sure that the sun rises again, and of course, that cosmic order of Ma'at is once again balanced out. Now, in terms of Ra's integration with other deities, well, that also reflects his universal significance. He merged with Amun to become Amun-Ra, combining his solar attributes with Amun's hidden and transcendent qualities. Now, as Ra-Horakhti, he fused with Horus, emphasizing his role as a sky god and reinforcing the pharaoh's divine right to rule. Of course, you'll see Ra everywhere in Egyptian art, architecture, and literature, permeating every aspect of daily life, and, of course, afterlife, beliefs too. Well, he was often invoked, of course, for protection and guidance when push comes to shove and people close their eyes never to wake up again. Ra is the one you want on your side. Pray that he's there when you need him. Now, on to god number 2. That is, of course, Osiris. I'm sure you've heard of him. Now, usually Osiris is depicted as a mummified pharaoh, signifying his association with death and resurrection. And you might notice in the depictions of him that he wears this grand crown, this tall white headdress adorned with ostrich feathers on either side. Well, that is called the Atef crown. That is A-T-E-F. And it symbolizes Upper Egypt and divine authority. Of course, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt were separated into these two different distinctions. Basically, Egypt is organized into its distinctions, in these classical times at least, by the flow of the Nile. But, don't get confused, Upper Egypt is actually to the south, whereas Lower Egypt is actually to the north. And the reason for this is because the flow of the Nile actually flows south. That is why it's Upper and Lower Egypt are that way. At least that is my understanding of it. Now, back to Osiris. In his hands, which were crossed over his chest in his depictions, he held the crook and flail. Now, these are, of course, traditional symbols of kingship, fertility, and also shepherding. His skin was often painted green or black, and the green represented regeneration, vegetation, and rebirth. Of course, the color of healthy vegetation being a vibrant green, but the black symbolized the fertile silt of the Nile and the concept of resurrection. Now, the Nile being, of course, extremely important, the Egyptians relied on the yearly inundations, the floods of the Nile, to irrigate their crops and have a good harvest. Signs of a poor inundation may lead people to think that the gods were not pleased with them. Better put on another festival. Now, Osiris's mummy wrappings left his hands free, indicating his ability to interact with the living and the dead. In some representations, Osiris was shown with a beard styled in the fashion of pharaohs, further emphasizing his royal status and just another connection to his earthly counterparts. Now, the hieroglyphs and tomb paintings that we have, which are so lovingly still there for us, very fortunate for that, frequently depicted scenes of Osiris presiding over the afterlife, often seated on a throne within a pavilion, reinforcing his role as the judge of the dead. No doubt you've seen the papyrus of Hunefer from the Book of the Dead. I've probably used it on the thumbnail, with a very famous scene where Hunefer is led to meet Osiris and be judged on whether he can, be deemed a good or a bad soul. So, of course, Osiris was this god of the afterlife, but also agriculture, resurrection, and fertility. And you'll find that fertility gods are extremely common, gods, goddesses, and some of them kind of intersect, but we will get to that. There's a few more we have to get to before we talk about those sorts of things. Now, central to Egyptian mythology is his story of betrayal, death, and rebirth, which served as a metaphor for the cycles of nature and just general human existence. So, according to the myth, Osiris was a just and wise king who taught humanity agricultural and civilized practices. But he had a brother, Set, and he was a jealous brother. He was driven by this jealousy and desire for power to murder Osiris by trapping him in a decorated coffin and throwing it into the Nile. But that wasn't the end of Osiris. Isis, Osiris's devoted wife, searched tirelessly for his body, and finally, she found it. Upon finding it, Set, dismembered Osiris into 14 pieces and scattered them across Egypt. Well, Isis was undeterred. With the help of her sister Nephthys and other deities like Thoth and Anubis, she located and reassembled all the little pieces of Osiris's body. Now you must remember, Isis had incredible magical abilities, and she resurrected him long enough to conceive their son, Horus. There are different tales of that story of the conception. Some say that she just fashioned the specific part that she needed and left the rest by the wayside and did the job herself. I won't go into a great explanation of that one. You can use your imagination. Well, after this, regardless of how it went, Osiris then descended to the underworld, where he took up his new role as the Lord and the Judge of the dead. Quite a career change, isn't it? Now, we're going to talk a little bit more about that. Now, we have something in the Egyptian tradition called the weighing of the heart ceremony in the Hall of Mart. Now, this is where the hearts of the deceased were basically plucked out
and weighed against the feather of Mart. Now Mart, of course, was the goddess of truth and justice. Now a heart that was lighter than the feather allowed the soul to enter the afterlife. And of course, if you got to go there, well, that's a life lived in harmony with cosmic order to thank for that one. But, of course, Osiris was also the agricultural deity, intimately connected with the fertility of the land. His death and resurrection paralleled the annual flooding of the Nile, which deposited rich silt onto the farmlands. And silt means that the crops can grow. Of course, festivals in Osiris's honor included planting ceremonies, where all those grains were germinated in Osiris-shaped molds. Well, his ability to overcome death, of course, provided hope to the Egyptians for their own afterlife. I mean, if Osiris can do it, why not me? He exemplified the possibility of an eternal life, encouraging adherence to that cosmic order of Mart and proper funerary practices. Osiris's worship included elaborate rituals, temple ceremonies, and mysterious plays that reenacted his myth. The city of Abydos became a significant cult center, attracting pilgrims seeking his blessings. His legacy influenced Egyptian concepts such as kingship, morality, and the afterlife, reinforcing the interconnectedness of life, death, and ultimately, rebirth. Okay, now we turn to Isis. Now, Isis was one of the most venerated goddesses, known for her protective and nurturing qualities. Kind of like a mum, if you want to put it that way. Now, she was commonly depicted as a woman wearing a throne-shaped headdress of sorts, symbolizing her name in hieroglyphs and her role as the seat of the pharaoh's power. In later periods, she was shown with a cow horns encircling a sun disk, linking her to another god, Hathor, a kind of maternal goddess as well, and emphasizing her significance in the cosmos. Isis was often portrayed with outstretched wings, signifying her protective nature, especially in funerary contexts where she guarded the deceased. Now, in scenes depicting the resurrection of Osiris or the protection of Horus, she was sometimes shown as a kite, which is a type of bird, not the kind of kite you fly in the park. Now, this shows her role in breathing life into her husband and safeguarding her son. Iconography also included representations of Isis nursing the infant Horus, emphasizing her role again as a mother goddess and reinforcing that divine right of kings, as pharaohs, by the way, were considered the earthly embodiment of Horus. Now, there is another function of Isis, which is very interesting, I think, because she's seen as this goddess of magic and healing and protection, but also motherhood. Definitely that wise old figure. Now, her story is central to the Egyptian mythology too. Of course, we've already spoken about her a little bit in the Osiris section, and her story encompasses those themes of devotion, cunning, and power. Of course, as we've mentioned, after the murder of Osiris, she exemplified her perseverance by searching tirelessly for his body and using her magical abilities to resurrect him. Her magic was said to be unparalleled, stemming from her knowledge of secret names and spells. Pretty cool, isn't it? Well, as the mother of Horus, she protected him from Set's attempts to kill him.
That was during his childhood too, which is pretty monstrous. Of course, this all happened in the swamps of the Nile Delta where this battle was going on. Her protective spells and cunning ensured the survival of Horus, which eventually allowed him to avenge his father. Now, she was called upon also by those seeking healing and protection. Her magic was believed to cure the sick and also to protect the vulnerable. The old myths tell of her acquiring the secret name of Ra, granting her immense power. Now, her maternal qualities extended beyond Horus, of course. Not just her own son, but everyone in Egypt was kind of like her child. Of course, she's the mother of Egypt, so of course they would be. She was seen as this compassionate deity who listened to the prayers of the common people, offering solace and assistance in bad times. And thus, when bad times become the worst of times, she offers her role in funerary rituals, helping to resurrect Osiris, of course, and by extension, aiding the deceased in their journey to the afterlife. She was associated with these rituals of mummification and ultimately the protection of the dead from the evil forces, getting them where they need to go. Kind of like an outstretched hand. Don't worry, I'll take you to the Hall of Mart. Of course, you might have heard of Isis's worship extending beyond Egypt, and that is true, with her cult spreading throughout the Mediterranean world during the Hellenistic and Roman periods. Now, Hellenistic being Greek, of course. Hellas is what the Greeks call their country. Now, temples dedicated to her were established in places like Philae, Delos, and Pompeii. Festivals in her honor also celebrated her virtues, and initiates participated in mystery cults that promised personal salvation and also eternal life. Isis's enduring legacy just shows this multifaceted nature as a goddess of profound power, compassion, and also universality. Kind of like a one-stop shop if you want to do some serious prayer. And so, of course, with those three out of the way, we arrive to Horus. Now, he's primarily depicted as a falcon, or at least a man with the head of a falcon. Pretty common in Egyptian iconography to have this half-half situation. Now, this shows his dominion over the sky and his keen vision, and he often wore the double crown of Egypt, which is the red crown of Lower Egypt and the white crown of Upper Egypt, showing his rule over a now unified land. His headdress reinforced his association with national sovereignty and kingship. Now, just a quick note, this isn't about the Egyptian gods, but you might have seen a very famous stele called the Narmer palette, being King Narmer bludgeoning the unfortunate king of the other side with a big club and taking the crown of Upper and Lower Egypt for himself. This kind of goes back to that divine right of kings wearing the hat, and if you've got the right hat, then you're the one in charge. Funny how it works that way. But if you look up the Narmer palette, you'll see what I mean. Now, in artistic representations, Horus's right eye was associated with the sun, that's being the eye of Ra, and his left eye with the moon, the eye of Horus. So do remember, the sun is the eye of Ra, the moon is the eye of Horus. Of course, this is meant to represent the celestial body's cyclical nature. Now, the eye of Horus, or the Wedjat, became a powerful protective symbol. representing healing, protection, and restoration. It's commonly used in amulets, jewelry, and funerary items. Now, Horus was the god of the sky, kingship and protection and war. As the son of Osiris and Isis, his mythological narrative centers on avenging his father's death and restoring order to Egypt. Now, as an action movie before the action movies were even a thing, if you ask me, it's a cool origin story. Now, after reaching adulthood, Horus challenged Set for the throne, leading to a series of battles known as the contendings of Horus and Set. These stories symbolize the struggle between the order and chaos, ultimately resulting in Horus's victory and the establishment of rightful rule. So, the living pharaoh was considered the embodiment of Horus on earth, ensuring the deity's continual presence in human affairs, a wise guiding hand. This association legitimized the pharaoh's authority and connected the monarch to a divine will. Now, Horus's martial aspects were emphasized in his battle against Set, so it also became kind of a god of war and hunting. Thus, he was invoked for protection in warfare and was believed to grant strength and courage to warriors. As the personification of the sky, Horus's eyes represented the sun and moon, and his wings spanned the heavens. His role explained celestial phenomena and reinforced the belief in a divinely ordered universe. And thus, this eye of Horus symbolizes restoration and wholeness, stemming from the myth where Set damaged Horus's eye during their conflict. Thoth healed the eye, and its restoration became a metaphor for healing and restoration of Ma'at. The wedgeat was used in rituals, amulets, and architecture to ward off evil and bring good fortune. Temples dedicated to Horus, such as the Temple of Edfu, served as an important religious centers. Rituals and festivals celebrated his victories and reinforced the pharaoh's divine connection. Horus's influence permeated legal and moral codes, justice, leadership, and of course, always balance. And just like that, we arrive at Set, who is also known as Seth. So if you hear both of them, you're talking about the same god. Now, typically he's depicted as a man with the head of a unique enigmatic creature known as the Set animal or typhonic beast. This composite animal had a long curved snout, square-tipped ears, and a slender canine body, along with a forked tail. Doesn't sound like one of the good guys, doesn't it? Now, the exact species remains unidentified, but it may incorporate features of an aardvark, a jackal, a donkey, or a fennec fox. Now, if you don't know what a fennec fox is, look that one up. Quite an interesting animal. Now, this ambiguity shows Set's association with the unknown, chaos, but also foreign lands, which is important, because of course, foreign lands imply a threat. Well, at least in the old days. It's the fear of the unknown. Now, in some representations, Set appeared as a full set animal, and occasionally as a hippopotamus or a crocodile, creatures linked to destructive forces. You might not think of a hippopotamus as destructive, but the hippopotamus kills more people in Africa than any other animal. I'm not joking. And if you're surprised to find that out, don't worry. I was equally as surprised when I found it out. So, hippopotamuses, stay away from them. Just a quick note too, hippopotamus actually means river horse in Greek, just before I forget. So that's in case that comes up in trivia for you. Now back to Set. His skin was sometimes shown in red, and this is important because in the Egyptian tradition, that is a color associated with disorder and malevolence, and also the desert. Now, of course, Set was the god of chaos, deserts, storms, violence, and foreign lands. His complex character encompassed both negative and protective aspects. Now, his most famous myth, of course, is the one we've mentioned, him murdering his own brother, consumed by envy and ambition, wanting to usurp the throne, and therefore plunging Egypt into turmoil and chaos. Subsequent battles with Horus for the control of Egypt is just another way of that eternal struggle between order, the mart, and chaos. So, there was this personification of disorder. Set represented the unpredictability and destructive forces of nature, such as desert winds and storms. He embodied the dangers of the desert, a stark contrast to the fertile Nile Valley. And I will remind you that the climate of Egypt back in the day was a little bit different. Don't think of Egypt as this desert. Yes, there's a lot of desert in there, the Sinai Peninsula and all the rest. But the Nile, that's a different sort of thing, especially back in those days when the climate was not as dry. Well, back to Set. Despite his chaotic nature, you might be surprised that Set actually played a vital role in defending the sun god Ra during his nightly journey through the underworld. You see, Set stood at the prow of Ra's bark, battling the serpent Apophis to ensure the sun's rebirth. This protective aspect is a little bit interesting, isn't it? It shows that he has this kind of duality within his character. And also we have mentioned this situation of being the god of foreigners and distant lands. Now, that is a reflection on Egypt's interaction with neighboring cultures. And it's kind of this fear and respect for his power over these realms. Now you think about it, a good foreign power is the kind of one that buys your copper, gives you new technologies, trades with you, things like this. Well, it's good if Set brings you one of them. But a bad foreign power, well, you know what happens with bad foreign powers, don't you? Now, in the Egyptian world view, Set's existence was of course essential to maintaining the balance. You can't have good without evil, kind of evil without good, light without shadow, quiet without noise. But then again, where do we draw this line between good and evil? It's very hard to make that distinction. These kind of labels are a little bit unproductive when we talk about these sorts of spiritual traditions. Of course, Set's worship due to this varied throughout Egyptian history. In some periods, he was actually quite revered and even had big temples dedicated just to him, such as the one in the city of Ombos. But in other times, especially during times of foreign occupations, let's think of the Hyksos, for example, Set was vilified
and associated with enemy rulers. Of course, rituals often aim to appease Set's destructive tendencies or harshness for his strength for protection. Kind of like saying, please don't hurt us, have a few little gifts from us. Not really a very healthy relationship. But hey, that's just the way it is. Well, now with the big five out of the way, we get to Anubis, or Anubis, however you want to pronounce it. Now, Anubis was depicted as a man with the head of a jackal, or as a full black jackal. Now, the jackal is important because of its association with cemeteries and tombs due to its habits of scavenging, and Anubis's black coloration represented both the decay of the body but also the fertile soil of the Nile Valley. Once again, rebirth symbolism. Now his ears, I'm sure you'll notice, are quite alert, pricked up like he's heard some sound at distance. His gaze was always forward and just signifies his vigilance, always watching, always listening, ready to go at any moment. Now, Anubis was often shown holding a flail or a was scepter, representing his authority and dominion over the underworld. Now, in scenes depicting the embalming process, he was portrayed attending to the mummy, demonstrating his role again in mummification and protection of the dead. You will see this once again in the Papyrus of Hunefer, related materials from the Book of the Dead. Of course, Anubis was the god of mummification, embalming, and the afterlife. His primary function was to guide souls into the afterlife and protect graves from desecration. Anubis played a crucial role in the funerary practices too that were central to Egyptian religion. Now, quick one about the grave desecration. Egyptians in tradition were often buried with quite a good few valuables. And when times get tough, people make their money in whatever way they can. You can see where I'm going with this. Now, we're very lucky that, things like Tutankhamun, discovered by Howard Carter in, I believe, 1912. We're very lucky to have these sorts of things because most of the graves and tombs were simply robbed over the years, especially in times when of the Islamic conquests. I mean, the pyramids themselves used to be capped with gold, and they used to be white. All of that was taken away, robbed. Well, at least we still have the bones of the pyramids left to marvel at. It's still impressive. Now, back to Anubis. Now, he oversaw the embalming process, we know that, but he was also believed to have invented the entire thing. Of course, he invented the mummification process to preserve Osiris's body after his death. And then, of course, it got taught to humans and the traditions continued. Now, Anubis guided the souls of the deceased after this mummification process through the underworld. Come with me, and I will take you to the Hall of Mot for your judgment. Now, in the weighing of the heart ceremony, which we briefly talked about, Anubis placed the deceased's heart on a scale balanced against a feather of Mot, and he monitored the scales for fairness, ensuring that the judgment was a just and fair one. Now, Thoth, who we're about to get to, recorded the outcome, and Osiris was the final one who made the decision. So, the cult of Anubis was, of course, widespread, and his images adorned tombs and sarcophagi. Priests wore Anubis masks during the embalming rituals to embody the presence of the god, kind of like a role play. Amulets bearing his likeness were common too, serving as talismans for protection and guidance. Anubis's role reinforced the importance of these proper funerary rites and ethical living to achieve a favorable afterlife. Of course, you don't want to have the awkward moment when Anubis is leading you to the weighing of the heart ceremony, both of you knowing full well that it's not going to work out well for you. Now, next one, we have Thoth, who was depicted as a man with the head of an ibis, which was a bird associated with wisdom, knowledge, and also writing due to its methodical movements along the Nile's banks. Now, alternatively, believe it or not, he was shown as a hulking great baboon. Don't know why, a little bit less graceful than the ibis. But the baboon was another sacred animal linked to intelligence and the moon. In his hands, Thoth often held a scribe's palette and a stylus, emphasizing his role as the divine scribe helping out Osiris. He sometimes carried the Ankh too. Now that is that cross with the circle on top of it. Excuse the poor imagery there I tried to describe. You know the one I mean. Now this Ankh was symbolizing life, and he also had that same was scepter representing his power. So 1 + 1 = 2. We see that we represent the power over life with this imagery. Now Thoth was also associated with the moon too, depicted wearing a lunar crescent on his head, or with a lunar disk, showing his role in regulating time and seasons. Now, since he was the god of reason, he was also the one of writing, science, mathematics, art, magic, and the moon. He was considered the scribe of the gods, responsible for recording all events, all decrees, and all judgments. Must have a sore wrist at the end of that, I think. Now, Thoth was credited with creating the hieroglyphs, enabling communication and record keeping. And thus, of course, he was the patron of scribes, who sought his favor for skill and accuracy. Thoth presided over intellectual pursuits, including mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and law, and he was believed to have invented the 365-day calendar, adjusting it little by little to align with different celestial movements. Of course, much of the encounters with the Egyptians, from the Romans and the Greeks, this cultural exchange really helped with the knowledge that the Egyptians brought to the table. Now, Thoth played a crucial role in mediating the disputes among the gods, notably the big one between Horus and Set. Now, his wisdom ensured that conflicts were resolved justly with maintenance of Mart, and as a lunar deity, he regulated the passage of time, the phases of the moon, and the seasons. Of course, vital for agriculture and religious festivals. Now, we already know that during this weighing of the heart ceremony that Thoth was responsible for recording all of the results and handing them over to Osiris. Of course, remember that Osiris had the ultimate say in things, but in terms of paperwork, Thoth was the guy to see. And so his influence extended to education and the arts. Schools, libraries, they were under his patronage, and scholars invoked his name for inspiration.
Festivals celebrated his contributions to knowledge and maintaining the cosmic order, and thus Thoth's legacy emphasized the value of wisdom and that pursuit of learning, but also, remember, the ethical application of knowledge. For what good is knowledge if you use it for a vile purpose? And now we have Hathor. Hathor was depicted in various forms. She often appeared as a woman with cow horns cradling a sun disk between them, symbolizing her role as a sky goddess and having a maternal nature. The cow, of course, was sacred to her, representing nourishment and motherhood. So sometimes she was depicted entirely as a cow, or as simply as a woman with cow ears. In artistic depiction, she's shown holding a sistrum, that is a musical instrument associated with festivals and religious rituals. She was also portrayed with a menat necklace, symbolizing fertility, rebirth, and divine protection. Now, Hathor was the goddess of love, beauty, music, dance, joy, and of course, once again, fertility. She embodied the feminine aspects of the divine and was revered as a mother goddess. Her functions included the patroness of women and motherhood. She protected women during childbirth and was invoked for fertility and maternal care. Of course, this means for both gods and humans. And she became a kind of role model for femininity. Hathor also presided over festivities, bringing joy and harmony. Music and dance were integral to her worship, believed to appease the gods and promote the balance of Ma'at. Now, as the mistress of the West, Hathor welcomed the dead into the afterlife, offering comfort and protection. She was associated with the Milky Way, considered the Nile of the heavens. Hathor represented aesthetic qualities too, inspiring art, poetry, and romance. She was a muse for creativity and passion. Connected to the Sinai Peninsula's turquoise mine, she was also known as the Lady of the Turquoise. Thus, she safeguarded miners and travelers, bridging the gap between Egypt and distant lands. Festivals in her honor were lively and communal, featuring music, dancing, and processions, a good time to be had by all. The Temple of Hathor at Dendera was a significant cult center, with elaborate decorations celebrating her myths. Seems like the most fun of the deities to worship, that's for sure. Next up, we have Ptah, that is spelled P-E-A-H. Now, Ptah was depicted as a mummified man, showing his connection to creation and the afterlife. He wore this rather tight-fitting cloak with only his hands visible, holding a composite scepter that combined three powerful symbols. First, the Was, power and dominion, the Ankh, life, and the Jed, stability. The scepter showed his mastery over these fundamental aspects of existence. Now, you'll see on his head that it's adorned with a skull cap or a close-fitting cap, and he sometimes had a straight, false beard, depending on which depiction you'll see, which distinguishes him from the curled beards of other gods. Now, in some representations, he was associated with the sacred bull Apis, considered an incarnation of Ptah on earth. He was the god of craftsmen, architects, builders, and creation.
Centered in the city of Memphis, he was revered as the patron deity of artisans and those who shaped the physical world. Ptah was believed to have conceived the world through thought and brought into existence by speaking words. This concept emphasized the power of intellect and speech in creation. Of course, magic goes along with the magic words. Now, he also inspired creativity and skill in stonemasons, carpenters, metalworkers, and sculptors, and Egypt needs as many of them as it can get. Thus, workshops often invoked his name for excellence in craftsmanship. He oversaw the building of temples, monument structures, reflecting his role in shaping the culture of Egypt too. As a funerary god, Ptah was associated with the regeneration of the deceased, ensuring their rebirth in the afterlife, but not to the extent of the other gods. Now, his influence was most profound in Memphis, where his temple, Hut-ka-Ptah, mansion of the soul of Ptah, the Ka being the name for the soul in the Egyptian tradition, was a significant religious center. Now, the city's Greek name, Aegyptos, is believed to be derived from this temple's name, highlighting Ptah's importance. Festivals celebrated his creative power, and his priesthood held considerable sway. So, Ptah's legacy shows this value of intellect, craftsmanship, and the transformative power of creation. All right, last one now. We have Amun. Now, Amun was depicted as a man wearing a crown with two plumes, symbolizing his dominion over the air and invisibility. He often held a scepter and an ankh, representing his authority and life, and in some representations, he appeared as a ram or a man with a ram's head. The ram's curved horns were emblematic of virility and strength. He was sometimes shown as a goose, or associated with a goose, earning him the epithet Great Cackler, linked to the creation myths where a cosmic egg hatches the universe. His representations emphasize his concealed yet omnipresent nature. Now, initially, he was just a local Theban deity, but with time he rose to national prominence, especially during the Middle and New Kingdoms. As his cult grew, he emerged with the sun god Ra to become Amun-Ra, embodying both the hidden and revealed aspects of the divine. Thus, he became the supreme deity, overseeing the Pantheon and embodying ultimate power, revered as a creator and sustainer of life. He represented the unseen forces of the world, such as air and wind. His name meant the Hidden One, emphasizing his mysterious and transcendent qualities. Now, Amun's rise paralleled the political ascendancy of his city Thebes. Pharaohs promoted his worship to unify Egypt and legitimize their rule, often depicting themselves as his chosen representatives on earth in the mortal capacity. In his aspect as a ram, Amun was associated with procreation and fertility, influencing agriculture and population growth. Now, if we talk about Thebes, which is modern-day Luxor, we can't go past the Karnak temple complex, perhaps the most famous of the temple complexes, and that was the epicenter of Amun's worship, one of the largest religious structures ever built, and it's extremely impressive. Take my word for it. It featured grand temples, obelisks, and avenues of sphinxes, reflecting his immense influence. Festivals like the Opet festival celebrated Amun's connection to the pharaoh and the renewal of his kingship. Thus, Amun's priesthood amassed significant wealth and power, sometimes rivaling the pharaoh's authority, which I'm sure you can imagine causes more than a few problems. But his worship extended beyond Egypt too, influencing neighboring cultures and becoming a symbol of this universal godhood. His legacy shows the interplay between religion, politics, and society, reinforcing that concept of divine kingship and, in general, the unity of a nation. And with that, we reach the end of our little video on the Egyptian Pantheon, at least in general. Now, of course, there's a lot more that we can go into, and in later videos we will be, but this should give you everything you need to know, at least at a cursory glance. So when you hear the name of a god come up, you can know who they are, what they do, and perhaps why they are there.
The Punic religion, which was followed by the ancient Carthaginians, was heavily influenced by their Phoenician ancestry, but gradually developed unique features of its own. Situated in the city of Carthage, which is now part of modern-day Tunisia, this religion was characterized by polytheism, with a pantheon of deities presiding over different domains of life and nature. Baal-Hamon and Tanit were the primary deities in the Punic pantheon. Baal-Hamon, frequently associated with the Phoenician deity El, held the highest position among the gods, and was regarded as a deity of the sky and fertility. Tanit, on the other hand, was venerated as his partner and a goddess associated with the moon, fertility, and warfare. The deities held significant importance in shaping the Carthaginian identity and were revered through diverse rituals. According to certain classical sources, these rituals unfortunately involved the use of child sacrifice, although the veracity of these assertions has been a topic of scholarly debate. Whichever case, religious rituals included the act of making sacrifices, which were conducted in extensive Tophet cemeteries. These locations have produced urns containing the burnt remains of, yes, both children and animals, potentially offered as means of seeking protection and blessings. The Carthaginians held a firm belief in the existence of an afterlife, which of course impacted their practices related to burying the deceased. And the Punic religion had a significant impact on the social and political aspects of Carthage, serving as a cohesive influence on its people and a manifestation of their civic responsibilities. The religious practices were mutually influenced by its interactions with Mediterranean cultures, of course, particularly the Greeks and the Romans, who, of course, would eventually give them their demise. But despite the fact that Carthage lies in ruins, there's still something to be gained from the ashes. So let's talk about it today. Welcome to the channel. To all the newcomers, great to meet you. To those returning, good to see you again. Off to ancient Carthage today, before the Romans destroyed it. Well, we'll try to rake through the ruins a little bit together. As always, if you want to support the channel, just hit the like and subscribe. Leave a comment too. Really helps me out in ways you could never imagine. Further to that, there's a few links in the description, but first let's get nice and relaxed, and we can go back together to those old times. Although the Carthaginians built their own pantheon, they borrowed the fundamentals of their religion from the Phoenicians. But do keep in mind that we really have to proceed with a bit of caution when drawing conclusions regarding these deities, simply due to the low quality of the evidence. In fact, there is a lack of extant hymns, prayers, or even catalogues of deities. Numerous inscriptions do exist, but they tend to be highly standardized and primarily consist of the mere mention of some divine name, without really telling us the form or the function. Theophoric personal names frequently included the names of gods, and some gods are primarily known through this evidence found in names. Of course, reconstruction of any sort of hierarchy of the Carthaginian gods and goddesses is an extremely challenging task. The pantheons of the Phoenician cities commonly consisted of a divine couple, known as Baal, meaning lord, and Baalat, meaning lady. At Carthage, the divine pair is believed to have comprised of the deity Baal-Hamon and the goddess Tanit. They are frequently mentioned in inscriptions from the Tophet of Salambo, indicating a strong association with this place. Starting in the 5th century BC, Tanit is also referred to before Baal-Hamon in inscriptions and is given the title of the face of Baal, suggesting that she was perceived as an intermediary between the worshipper and the chief god Baal-Hamon. The anthropomorphic symbol commonly seen on the Carthaginian stelae, consisting of a circular head and horizontal arms and a triangular body, is referred to by modern scholars as the sign of Tanit. However, it does remain uncertain whether the Carthaginians themselves attributed any significance to this symbol in relation to Tanit. The association of Baal-Hamon and Tanit with the Phoenician Pantheon is another subject of scholarly debate. We have some scholars that propose that Tanit may have originated from Libya, so go a little bit east down the coast and then you'll find the roots. But others suggest a connection between her and the Phoenician goddess Anat, Astarte, or Asherah. Similarly, Baal-Hamon is occasionally linked to Melkat or El. In Carthage, there were a great many dedicated temples for the deities Eshmun and Melkat. Epigraphic evidence reveals the existence of priests dedicated to other deities too, such as Ashtart, Reshef, Sakon, and Shamash. In fact, each Punic center had its own unique pantheon. In ancient Punic Sardinia, a deity named Sid or Sid Babi, also known as Sardus Pater to the Romans, was worshipped. This deity was believed to be the son of Melkart and was closely connected to the island. Hotar Miskar, which means the scepter of Miskar, was a significant deity located in Maktar, which was situated somewhat southwest of Carthage. Leptus Magna has evidence of several distinct deities, many of which are mentioned in bilingual inscriptions written in both Punic and Latin. These include El Con Eres, Milkastat, and Shadrafa. The inscriptions found in the Tophet at Motia in western Sicily, similar to those in Carthage, commonly mention Baal-Hamon, but interestingly, they do not make any reference to Tanit. Of course, many of these names tend to get a little mixed up. In accordance with the customary method of interpretatio Graeca, ancient Greco-Roman texts consistently used Greek and Latin appellations rather than Punic ones when referring to Punic deities. I suppose it was just a little bit easier for them to put it into their own words. Baal-Hamon is commonly associated with Kronos and Saturn, Tanit with Hera or Juno, Melkart with Hercules, and Astarte with Venus or Aphrodite. However, the Etruscan Punic bilingual Pyrgi tablets created around 500 BC link Astarte to the Etruscan goddess Uni, who, in that interpretatio Graeca custom, is referred to as Hera or Juno as an equivalent. Both Reshef and Eshmun were potentially associated with Apollo, although Eshmun was additionally linked to Asclepius. After the Roman conquest, several Roman gods, including Saturn, Hercules, and Calestis, continued to be highly revered in North Africa. It is likely that these deities were adapted and carried on from the Punic gods. A significant primary source regarding the Carthaginian Pantheon is a treaty between Hamilcar of Carthage and Philip III of Macedon, which has been preserved by the 2nd century BC Greek historian Polybius. This treaty provides a comprehensive list of the Carthaginian gods, and they're categorized into 3 triads identified by their Greek names. The presence of shared formulas and phrasing indicates that it is part of a Near Eastern treaty tradition, which can also be observed in Hittite, Akkadian, and Aramaic texts. Due to the discrepancies in identifications made by Greco-Roman authors, the interpretation of Carthaginian gods remains quite uncertain. There has been proposed, however, various identifications, which are linked with previous Tyrian and Ugaritic counterparts. In 396 BC, the Carthaginians embraced the Greek religious practices of Persephone and Demeter. This decision was made in response to a plague that was believed to have been a punishment from the gods for the Carthaginians' violation of the shrines dedicated to these deities in Syracuse. However, the religious practices of the Carthaginians did not experience any substantial influence or adoption of Greek culture as a whole. Oh, and in terms of also being a North African people, the Egyptian gods made their way in as well. Bes, Bastet, Isis, Osiris, and Ra were also revered too. Now, I'm not sure if you were coming here hoping to hear some old stories like we have the Epic of Gilgamesh and Inanna's descent into the underworld, these sorts of nice stories. Well, if you were, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you, as there's pretty much zero evidence supporting the existence of any Punic mythology. However, certain scholars have identified a potential Carthaginian myth that may have influenced the story of Carthage's establishment as recounted in Greek and Latin sources, particularly Josephus and Virgil. Elisa, also known as Dido, escapes from Tyre following the murder of her husband, a priest of Melkart, by her brother, King Pygmalion. She then founds the city of Carthage. Ultimately, Elisa, or Dido, whichever text is going to refer to her, immolates herself on a pyre. If you don't know what that word means, she was burned to death. There are several scholars who establish a connection between this and other occurrences of self-immolation in historical records of Carthaginian commanders with Tophet rituals. It's been suggested that the myth of the Philaeni brothers in Libya originated from Punic mythology too. Well, perhaps we'll find some later on some old tablet, but we'll just have to cross our fingers for now. But what we do know is that the Carthaginians seem to have employed both part-time and full-time priests, so there was indeed quite a structure around their religious affairs. The full-time priests were referred to as Kunum, which is related to the Hebrew term Kohen. Now these priests were led by high priests as well, known as Rubkunum. Among the lower-ranking religious officials associated with particular sanctuaries were individuals known as the chiefs of the gatekeepers, as well as those referred to as servants or slaves of the sanctuaries. Additionally, there were functionaries such as cooks, butchers, singers, and barbers. It is possible that goddesses were venerated also collectively and had overlapping priesthoods. The group of cultic officials around these temple complexes had the duty of ensuring the annual return of the dying and rising god Melkart to protect the city. They were commonly referred to as awakeners of the god. Sanctuaries were connected to other groups as well, known as Murs in Punic and Neo-Punic writings, which organized ceremonial feasts. It's also been suggested that the religious affairs were under the control of part-time priests who were appointed by civil authorities, at least in the lower positions. On the other hand, the full-time priests were mainly responsible for performing rituals and interpreting the omens. At Carthage, there existed a council consisting of 30 individuals who were responsible for overseeing and regulating the process of sacrifices. Certain Phoenician communities engaged in the practice of sacred night work, in a word that YouTube does not like, but they were selling themselves in some kind of religious ritual. And this is confirmed in the Punic sphere, specifically at Sica Veneria in western Tunisia and the sanctuary of Venus Ericina at Eryx in western Sicily. The funerary customs of the Carthaginians closely resembled those of the Phoenicians who resided in the Levant. These encompassed the ceremonies related to the disposal of the deceased's remains, but also commemorative meals and the general culture around the veneration of the ancestors. The tombs that we have discovered contain a diverse array of grave goods, which suggest a belief in the existence of the afterlife. Gotta take some things with you, of course. Cemeteries as well were situated beyond the boundaries of settlements. Frequently they were symbolically divided from one another by geographical elements, such as rivers or valleys. Discovered within a burial site at Tal Virtu in Malta, a concise papyrus indicates a prevailing belief that the deceased were required to traverse a body of water in order to gain access to the realm beyond death. tombs can be categorized into three types: fossae, which are rectangular graves dug into the earth or bedrock; pozzi, which are shallow, round pits; and hypogeia, which are rock-cut chambers with stone benches where the deceased were placed. There also exist several constructed burial chambers, although they are quite rare. The ones we have found date prior to the 6th century BC. But there are plenty of funeral stelae and beetles on top of the tombs. That is one thing that you will find plenty of. Now, what did they do with the bodies, though? Well, they engaged in both cremation and inhumation at various periods. Prior to the 6th century BC, cremation was a customary method of disposing of deceased individuals. But by the 6th century BCE, inhumation had largely replaced cremation. Subsequently, the practice of cremation was mainly limited to the burial of infants. The cause and manner in which this change occurred, often linked to the growth of Carthaginian influence in the Western Mediterranean, remains a bit of a mystery. But we do know that by approximately 300 BC, cremation had regained popularity as the prevailing funerary practice, particularly in Sardinia and Ibiza, which at the time were Carthaginian and Punic colonies. Now, cremation pits have also been discovered at Gades in Spain and Monte Sirai in Sardinia. Following the process of cremation, the skeletal remains were meticulously cleansed and detached from the ashes. Subsequently, these bones were delicately arranged within urns prior to their internment. At Hoya de los Rastros, a location near Ayamonte in Spain, the bones were also meticulously organized within their urns, with the feet positioned at the bottom and the skull placed at the top. Wooden coffins or stone sarcophagi can be used to hold cremated or buried remains. Tharos and Sulci in Sardinia, Lilibeum in Sicily, Casa del Obispo at Gades in Spain, and Carthage and Kerkoan in Tunisia are all locations where examples of the previous mentioned things have been found, and they're not too rare. You can find them in the old graveyards. Prior to internment, the deceased individual was consecrated with a fragrant resin that was tinted red, either using ochre or cinnabar. They also had a banquet during the funeral, usually. Of course, this would depend on the means of the people who were in that family. Now, the banquet is a documented thing in inscriptions from the 4th and 3rd centuries BC, but its existence in the Levant can be traced back to earlier periods. The participants adorned an altar and performed an animal sacrifice, subsequently consuming the meat. The feasts incorporated the imbibing of wine, which potentially held symbolic associations with blood, also the fecundity of the earth and the emergence of new life, similar to its significance for other cultures in the Mediterranean. As the feast concluded, the crockery was deliberately shattered or buried as a ritualistic act of destruction. Cemeteries encompass areas and facilities for the purpose of food preparation, and the banquet likely influenced the allocation of inheritance and possibly represented the lasting connection between the deceased and their beneficiaries. Now at Mount Sirai in Sardinia, the tombs that we found were equipped with amphorae to direct the libations poured during these ceremonies straight into the tomb. The funerary stelae and betyls placed atop the tombs, and often bearing inscriptions with the name of the deceased and anthropomorphic features, may have been designed to serve as central objects of worship for the deceased in the context of an ancestor cult. Now, small stone altars have also been discovered in various burial grounds, mainly in Palermo and Lilibaeum in Sicily. They are also illustrated on tombstones in Sardinia and Sicily. Evidence does suggest that fires were ignited atop them as a component of a purification ritual. Well, of course, if you've got a grave, you have to put something in there besides just the body. I dare say that most people, even if they believe in an afterlife or not, like to have some sort of grave goods put in. I know that most of my ancestors who have passed along, grandfathers, grandmothers, and all that, there's always something that is placed in the grave, whether it be a keepsake or maybe a religious text that's relevant to the individual. And it seems that regardless, it's a general human desire to be buried with things that we love. Of course, it's no different for the Punic people. The various grave goods have been discovered alongside the deceased for quite some time, and seemingly intended to offer the deceased both protection and also symbolic sustenance. These characteristics do not exhibit notable variations depending on gender or the age of the deceased. Everybody gets the same. Of course, the richer get more, but generally it doesn't matter between men and women, young and old. Well, grave offerings commonly consisted of intricately carved masks and amulets, particularly and surprisingly the Eye of Horus, the Wadjet, as they call it in the Egyptian vernacular, but also small glass apotrapiac heads, which is also called protomae in Greek, which was specifically designed to safeguard the deceased, a kind of spiritual protection. And don't forget the provision of food and beverages, likely having the purpose of sustaining the deceased in the realm beyond death. Better to have them than to not have them, I suppose. Frequently, the deceased were accompanied by a standardized collection of feasting utensils, which included 2 jugs, an oil lamp, and a small clay drinking bowl. Oil and perfume may have also been used to furnish the deceased with warmth and illumination. Chickens and their eggs were commonly presented as offerings too, possibly symbolizing the revival of the soul, or its journey to the afterlife, according to those old Punic beliefs. The presence of razors positioned near the head of the deceased suggests that either the body was shaved prior to burial, or there was an anticipation that priests would maintain their shaving practices after death, as the Carthaginians were indeed groomed that way. The presence of bronze cymbals and bells, and I mean cymbals as in the ones that make the noise, not the SYMBOLS variety. They were also discovered along with the bells in certain tombs, and they may have been attributed to the use of music and songs during the funeral ceremonies, possibly with the purpose of repelling malevolent spirits. Now we see this in the Chinese tradition as well, especially if you've ever had the pleasure of seeing a Beijing opera, Canton opera, or indeed my favorite, the Sichuan opera. There's just something about it, Perhaps it's the food accompaniment so spicy, I don't know. But you will find this in ancient Chinese culture as well. Those cymbals and the drums to scare away those horrible spirits that they don't want around. Though it's not unique to the Punic people, but it's interesting. I just thought I'd put that in there. Go and look up some Chinese opera. It's your homework. Well, graves contain terracotta figurines that also depicted musicians, and these musicians were also depicted on funerary stelae with razors that were placed in the grave. Of course, the majority of the musicians are actually female, indicating that women held a distinct position in this aspect of the funeral. It was their job to perform on the drums, or the kithara, or the olos, just to make as much noise as possible, perhaps in a tasteful manner, of course. Of course, the majority of Punic grave stelae typically displayed an engraved text and occasionally a standing figure holding a libation cup, along with a set collection of religious symbols. These symbols, similar to a cross on a Christian gravestone, are believed to represent deities or beliefs associated with the afterlife, and likely intended to aid or safeguard the eternal rest of the deceased. The symbols also facilitated comprehension of the stellar's purpose among the vast majority of individuals who were simply unable to read or write. Once again, not unique to the Punic people. Of course, there is some pretty quintessential symbols in Punic culture, but more quintessential for their funerary practices. The first being the crescent and disc symbol, which you can pretty much find on most Carthaginian grave stelae. It consists of a circle that is overlaid with a sickle, most likely depicting the waxing crescent and full moon. This symbol appears to denote the progression of time, but its exact significance remains somewhat uncertain, infrequently employed on subsequent Neo-Punic stelae. Occasionally it is substituted with a rosette and crescent design, where the rosette is positioned above a crescent shape resembling an inverted ship, or at least that's what it looks like to the non-Punic eye. Now we also have the Tanit symbol, which we have discussed and is probably the most recognizable symbol for the Carthaginians. It's a representation of a female figure, a pretty crude one at that, but you get the point. A triangle for the body, a circle for the head, and a horizontal line for the arms, often with hands raised upwards. It doesn't sound like anything special, but it's better than anything that I can draw. The symbol frequently appears on stelae that are dedicated to the deities Tanit and Baal-Hamon. Now the worship of Tanit or Tinit is believed to have originated from an unknown source and is distinct from other funerary symbols. It is primarily associated with Punic culture, and you can rarely find it in any other cultural context, unless it's something that the Punics had left behind on campaign or something like this. No one else really adopted it. And we also have limited information regarding Tanit. However, she is widely regarded as a representation of fertility and abundance. It's also worth noting that the Tanit symbol bears a striking resemblance to the Egyptian Ankh symbol, which symbolizes life. It just doesn't look as cool. Well, the Tanit symbol itself is predominantly encountered during the Neo-Punic era, specifically after 146 BCE. Now, we also have a caduceus staff used by messengers. The structure primarily comprises of three components: a stem at the bottom, followed by a circle, and finally a U shape at the top, perhaps derived from the caduceus of the Greek deity Hermes, who served as a guide in the realm of the dead. We also have a bottle or vase symbol that's quite common, and it dates back to the 4th and 3rd century BC. Efforts to decipher what it actually means, however, have yielded diverse results, but there are apparent similarities with an Egyptian hieroglyph depicting the tomb of Osiris, which has prompted speculation that the symbol may have actually represented the aspiration for individual rejuvenation in the afterlife. Of course, animals and other valuable items were offered as sacrifices to appease the gods, and quite often these sacrifices had to be performed in accordance with precise instructions, which are detailed in 9 existing inscriptions, referred to as sacrificial tariffs. The longest among these is KAI 69, referred to as the Marseille tariff, named after its discovery location, which most likely was originally located in Carthage. The text enumerates the specific shares of offerings that were allocated to priests serving in the temple of Baal Zephon, and there were additional tariffs imposed as well, which are specifically applicable in North Africa. These tariffs bear resemblance to a set of tariff inscriptions discovered at the Phoenician city of Kition in Cyprus, which date quite far back to the 5th century BC. Additionally, they possess a common terminology and formulae with Ugaritic and biblical Hebrew texts regarding sacrificial practices. In addition, there is a compilation of festival offerings, as well as numerous concise votive inscriptions, primarily linked to the Tophets. A significant number of these Tophet inscriptions make mention of the sacrificial ceremony as mulk, or alternatively pronounced molk, a term that certain scholars associate with the biblical figure Moloch, but this could be a bit of a stretch. Perhaps far-fetched, but when you don't really have anything to go on, I suppose there's no harm in taking a little bit of a guess, just a little one. Well, additionally, votive inscriptions can be found in various settings. For instance, a lengthy inscription on a bronze statuette from the 8th century BC discovered in Seville is dedicated to Astarte. An inscription dating back to the 5th century BC, found in Ebusus, documents the consecration of a temple. The temple was initially dedicated to Rashab Melkart, and later to Tinit and Gad by a priest who explicitly mentions that a vow was made as part of the dedication process. In Carthage, during the mid-2nd century BC, a woman named Abi Baal erected a stele that depicted the burning of a cow's head on an altar as a sacrifice. Images like this and the intricate details within indicate a connection to earlier sacrificial rituals in the Near East. The Carthaginians were described and characterized by multiple Greek and Roman sources for their involvement in ritualistic acts of child sacrifice through burning. Notable ancient authors who have written about child sacrifice to Kronos or Baal-Hamon in the Punic tongue, include the Greek historians Diodorus Siculus and Clitarchus, as well as the Christian apologists Tertullian and Orosius. The descriptions were compared to those in the Hebrew Bible that depict the act of sacrificing children by burning them to Baal and Moloch at a specific location known as Tophet. The ancient accounts were seemingly verified by the discovery of the Tophet of Salambo in Carthage in 1921, which contained the urns holding the ashes of many deceased children. Nevertheless, contemporary historians and archaeologists engage in discussions regarding the veracity and scope of this tradition. Certain scholars suggest that all the remains found at the Tophet were offered as sacrifices, while others suggest that only a portion of them were. Either way, not good. Certainly not the kind of find that makes people celebrate. At least I wouldn't be celebrating if I came across something as monstrous as that. The particular type of open-air sanctuary referred to as a Tophet in contemporary academic research is pretty exclusive to Punic communities of the Western Mediterranean. In fact, more than 100 of these Tophets have been discovered across the Western Mediterranean region, but interestingly, we haven't found any of them in Spain, at least not yet. The Tophet of Salambo in Carthage is the largest ever found. This Tophet appears to have originated during the establishment of the city and remained in use for quite a few decades following the city's demise in 146 BC. There are unfortunately no surviving Carthaginian texts that can give us any explanation of descriptions of the rituals conducted at these places. Well, maybe we'll find some later on. Really cross my fingers, I always read things like this, and I just know that under the ground somewhere, there's some old clay tablet that's going to tell us all about it. It's somewhere out there, whether it be some Bronze Age thing about the Sumerians or something about the Egyptians, just like how we found the Rosetta Stone. That's what's so fascinating about archaeology. I don't know, if you don't get excited about it, just, go watch something else. Because to me, it's fascinating. And I get excited about it. I sit here with a big smile on my face. Well, anyway, based on the evidence that we do have in terms of the archaeological finds, the usual ritual at the Tophet involved burying a small urn containing the ashes of a child, occasionally mixed with or substituted by animal ashes. Following this, a stele was erected, typically dedicated to Baal-Hamon, and of course sometimes Tanit, but most of the time it was Baal-Hamon. There were several instances where a small temple was also constructed, but this is also rare. Now, the presence of uneven charring on the bones suggests that they were subjected to burning in an open-air pyre. The stele inscriptions do not mention the deceased children, but rather focused on the dedicators and the fact that the gods have fulfilled their requests. After the decline of Carthage, very sad, Tophets ceased to be in use on the islands that were previously under Carthaginian control. After all, the empire, if we could have called it that, was quite gone with that Third Punic War. It was beaten pretty badly with the second. The third was just the final nail in the coffin. Well, even though they were gone, in North Africa they did become increasingly prevalent during the Roman period. Furthermore, aside from infants, certain Tophets also contain offerings exclusively consisting of goats, sheep, birds, or even plants. And it's worth noting that a significant number of the individuals who made these offerings have names that are of Libyan origin, so definitely a lot further east bordering the Egyptian provinces, rather than having Punic or even Carthaginian local names. There seems to have been a decrease in their usage during the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD, when really everything began to wither away. The last traces of anything recognizably Punic would be really gone. Well, that's a shame, I think. Well, the extent and the veracity of the sacrifices of children, of course, remains a subject of debate, and it persists ever since that unearthing of the Tophet of Salambo in 1920. Of course, before this, most people, with the rhetoric coming from the Romans at the time of the Punic Wars, could have simply dismissed a lot of these things as slander. Make your enemy look so barbaric that everybody's on the side of the war. Doesn't that sound familiar? Well, of course, once they discovered the Salambo Tophet in 1920, this perception began to be, well, a little bit challenged. In fact, several historians have suggested that the Tophet could have served as a burial ground for infants who simply died prematurely or at a young age, and were subsequently offered in a ritualistic manner. So instead of using the word ritual, we may perhaps just simply use the word funeral. Well, the Greco-Roman authors, who were not present at the events, provide their own conflicting accounts regarding the methods that were used with the child sacrifices, as they called them. Additionally, they mention that children older than infants were also killed, which differs from the infants found in the Tophets. Accounts, like the one of Cleitarchus, that describe a baby being dropped into a fire by a statue, are refuted by the archaeological evidence. It just doesn't seem likely. In fact, no references to child sacrifices during the Punic Wars have been found, despite the fact that these wars are more extensively documented compared to earlier periods where allegations of widespread child sacrifice exist. We're talking before the First Punic War, when things really got heated up. The portrayal of child sacrifice then may have been exaggerated for some dramatic impact. Following their ultimate victory over Carthage and the complete destruction of the city, the Romans employed post-war propaganda to depict their arch-enemies as barbaric and less advanced. This pretty much happens after every single war, so watch out for it. Think for yourself a little bit. The truth is sometimes somewhere in the middle. Of course, you're always the villain in somebody's story. We've been the barbarians a few times, you know. Well, I say we. Perhaps you're in a different part of the world, but, well, the pendulum always swings, doesn't it? Well, I think that's enough for this evening. We've spoken quite extensively about Punic religion and their deities, their funerals, their temples, a little bit of everything. Of course, I truly hope we learn more about it. I'd like to thank the top-tier supporters. Now, these are some great people. We got Brit, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, who sent me a lovely little message the other day. Thank you for that. Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Erin, Scott, Gary, Dark, Ben, and Melissa. Thank you so much. once again been a pleasure to have you here with me. And if you want to know more, then I will just see you here tomorrow, the same time, same place. You know, I'm always here, just making more videos. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all.